sea, mi idea es... O sea, este mapa ya lo pasé, pero mi idea es... Me quedaron dos misiones que no terminé y para los logros los necesito. O sea, digamos que hay dos misiones. Una que es más fácil y una que es más difícil. No, me faltaron cuatro misiones. Pero bueno, esas son las misiones que tengo que cumplir. Son misiones secundarias. Entonces tengo que hacerlo para acabar con el mapa al 100%. O sea, ya lo acabé al 100%, pero bueno, para sacar los logros necesito hacerlo. Y ya después de eso solo me faltarían dos mapas por terminar. Igual me voy a demorar mucho porque trabajo demasiado y no tengo tiempo. Ahora, esto lo acabo en un par de horas, dos horas, yo creo, máximo tres. Y el otro mapa lo comenzaría hoy día. Y ahí, bueno, eso me va a demorar probablemente una semana y media en terminarlo y ya después el resto. Igual, digamos que la única forma de poder lograr estas dos rutas es pavimentándolas. Es la única forma. No... La más difícil es la otra, porque la otra es muy, muy hacia arriba, muy empinada. Ahora, esta es relativamente fácil, pero no había querido hacerlo antes porque me dio un poco de pereza, pero bueno, ahora lo voy a hacer. Igual tengo que avanzar hacia el otro lado y probablemente echar más arena. Tengo que revisar, pero sí, probablemente voy a tener que echar más arena. Igual me quedan 12 de combustible. Tengo de sobra para poder acabar esto. ¿Quedó diferente o que hoy. Y yo creo que sí, pero no estoy seguro si es que van a pasar. Y acá, bueno, acá tengo que sí o sí. Tendría que revisar si es que realmente necesito cemento o no. Porque no estoy seguro. Tal vez no lo necesito, no sé. Pero claro, sin cemento no pasaba. Espero que con cemento pase. Ya, bueno, perfecto. Ahora, esta es la ruta más difícil del juego. Es la más difícil de todo. Eh, definitivamente la más difícil. Esta es la ruta que yo no sé si voy a poder lograr. O sea, te dan un logro por lograr esta ruta al 100%. Esa ruta ya la tengo lista, así que no hay mucho más que hacer ahí. La verdad. Pero esta de acá sí es la más difícil de todas. Entonces, tengo que pensar bien cómo lo voy a hacer. Porque la otra, como digo, ya está. Me quedo atascado, la verdad. ¿Cómo? No puedo entenderlo. Se ahí. ¿Cómo la oruga puede pasarte? O sea, definitivamente esta es una de las rutas, bueno, no es la ruta más difícil. No conozco otra ruta que sea más difícil. Yo creo que sin duda alguna es la más compleja. Entonces, yo creo que lo ideal acá es asfaltarla, ¿no? Ahora, no sé si, o sea, si la máquina llega hasta arriba, es posible hacer esta ruta. Si no, voy a tener que empujar el autito cada vez que suba. Pero si esta máquina llega hasta arriba, la otra va a llegar sin ningún problema. O sea, el tema es que, claro, tengo que asfaltarlo 100%. Si no lo asfalto, no es posible. Y tendría que estar empujando el autito una y otra vez para que pueda subir hasta arriba. Que ese es el tema. Por eso no lo quise hacer, porque era una flojera tremenda. Pero bueno, ahora como ya me faltan solo dos mapas y el siguiente mapa es pequeño porque no es muy grande, eh, ya dije, bueno, ¿sabes qué? Voy a tener que sacar estas cosas que me faltan. Ya. Que son pocas cosas lo que me falta realmente. De los otros mapas creo que no me falta ninguno. Pero no estoy seguro, tengo que revisar. Pero si esto logra llegar hasta arriba, eh, yo creo que se puede lograr. Y si no, bueno, hay que empujar el vehículo cada vez que suba. Ahora, tampoco sé, o sea, tal vez si lo asfalto, se le va a hacer un poco más fácil, ¿no? Pero no estoy 100% seguro si es que va a tener la fuerza para poder subir esa montaña. Eso sí no lo sé. Claramente que con asfalto es más fácil para el vehículo para llegar hacia arriba. O sea, tiene más agarre, pero no sé si tiene el motor suficiente como para poder subir esa montaña. Porque toda esta parte de acá la va a pasar. Esta parte no es tan compleja y es pasable, pero la parte que viene ahora ahí en esa subida, ese es lo complejo. Eso es lo que no sé si esta máquina va a poder subir y la otra. No tengo idea. Ese es el problema. Creo que esta máquina es muy mala. Ahora, no sé si, o sea, a ver, no sé si el auto va a subir. Ya, estoy haciendo lo mejor posible. O sea, si con asfalto no sube, no sé, la verdad. O sea, supongo que debería estar capaz de subir. Es lo que creo. Pero el logro, o sea, este logro lo tiene el 0,1% de las personas. O sea, no. Es un logro medio tedioso, la verdad. No, mucha gente simplemente se pasó las cosas principales y se acabó el juego. Yo llevo todo al 100%, o sea, todas las secundarias, todas las misiones, había así por haber. Entonces, como digo, igual es tedioso, no voy a decir que no. Pero bueno, a mí me encanta el juego, así que lo hago por eso, lo hago porque me encanta. Porque igual tengo un montón de juegos que tengo que jugar, que no he podido jugar, pues no tengo tiempo. He comprado juegos nuevos y ni siquiera los he abierto. O sea, tengo juegos que ni siquiera salen todavía y que están ahí comprados. Y tengo juegos que ya salieron que también los tengo ahí y no los he podido jugar. ¿Por qué? Porque acá ya voy 100 horas de juego. O sea, que me falta. Me falta todavía dos mapas más que me voy a demorar. El tema es que, claro, acá la idea sería no quedarse atascado porque si no. Lo bueno es que cuando la pista se termina, como que se aplana un poco más. Eso es lo que suele pasar. Pero claramente si es que puedo subir, si es que no, no sé qué va a pasar. Porque está muy, muy hacia arriba la pista. Ni siquiera con. A ver, ¿podré? ¿Verdad? Si no, lo otro es tirarme por el costado y luego bajar y tratar de aplanarlo desde arriba. O sea. Que lo que no me deja subir ahí creo que es pareciese ser que hay como una especie de bache ahí. Vamos que se puede. No falta mucho, la verdad. Bien, paso. Ya, ya, una vez pasado ya estamos al otro lado. Ahora, ¿pasará el otro autito? Eso es lo que no sé. Quiero ver una cosa. ¿Esto está plano? No, parece que no está plano. O tal vez sí. A ver. Sí, yo creo que sí está plano, pero no estoy seguro. Ojalá que no tenga problemas y pueda subirlo. Ojalá. Ya está aplanado. O sea, más que eso no se va a aplanar, honestamente. Ya, bueno, la prueba de fuego. Y esta se debería haber completado, ¿no? ¿Te están saliendo camiones de ahí? A ver. Parece extraño que en esta acá aún me diga que no he terminado. Deberían salir camiones constantemente y eso que está activa la ruta. Me parece muy raro esto, la verdad, o sea, supone que debería estar lista, pero me dice que operativa. Recompensa restante 3804, pero ¿él subirá? No, no va a subir. Ese es el problema. Que más allá de que le pongas asfalto, el auto no tiene la fuerza. O sea, tendría que quedarme acá y empujarlo un poquito como para poder pasar esta ruta. Vamos a hacer una cosa. Vamos a... Esta ruta debería estar lista. Eh, Ahora no sale cuántas veces tiene que ir. Lo mismo pasa acá. Claro, porque debería haber, debería ir. Y esto, ya. Y esto. eh, Falta eso de ahí y me falta ese de aquí. Son solamente dos. Ahora, eso es fácil, ¿eh? Eso es súper fácil. Em, yo creo que lo que no entiendo es, como dije, esta ruta. Ah, ahí va, miren. Ahí va, ahí va. Yo decía que raro que no la manda. Bueno, ahora, esta ruta de acá, esta no sé cuántas veces tiene que ir. No tengo idea. ¿No? ¿No? Ahora, ¿cuántas veces tienen que mandar el camión? No lo sé. ¿Cada cuánto tienen que mandarlo? Tampoco lo sé. Es algo que sí no tengo idea. Porque podría demorarme mucho más y no sé cuántas veces se tiene que mandar. Supongo que con una... sea, sería bueno, creo yo, ¿no? Sería bueno que las rutas te dijesen cuántas veces tienen que ir al lugar, como para que tú te hagas una idea, porque en realidad digamos, el flujo de la ruta no es constante, se pausea un rato y luego vuelve a aparecer. O sea, no es una ruta que mande los camiones inmediatamente. O sea, tienes que esperar un rato para poder eh, hacerlo. El tema es que no sé cada cuántos minutos te va a mandar. Porque el tema es que tampoco quiero pasarme todo el día haciendo esta ruta. No, no quiero. Ya, o sea, ya la planeé. Lo único que falta es que salgan los camiones y que tenga que empujarlo cada vez que tenga que subir. Es lo único que falta. Pero el otro, o sea, la primera ruta que estaba arreglando, igual lleva buen rato y aún así no ha terminado. No sé si vale la pena. Solamente es por el logro, pero no sé si vale la pena esperar tanto rato. Para que termine. Entonces me falta solamente una infraestructura. Ya. Y luego esperar a que terminen las rutas más que todo. Es lo único. Porque misiones ya no tengo. Estas son rutas de acceso solamente. O de construcción o lo que fuese.
bastante original, es cierto.
Ahora, bueno, lo que pasa ahora es que ya no depende de mí, depende de cuánto se demore cada ruta en botar el auto. Porque quisiera que esto fuese más rápido, pero no lo es. O sea, por ejemplo, esta ruta de acá, eh, ya no sé, debe llevar 20 minutos. O sea, esa es mi pregunta, no, la verdad no tengo la respuesta para esto. ¿Cada cuánto se envía una de estos? Uno de estos? Dice que la frecuencia. Ah, ya la vi. Ya entiendo. Acá sale, miren. Esto de acá no me había dado cuenta. Yo jugando 100 horas. Llevo jugando 100 horas este juego. 100. Y no me había fijado en esto. Esto es la frecuencia en la cual envían el, el auto. Esto. Como uno suele agarrar y decir, pongo el vehículo y que una vez que ya construiste la vía, como que te olvidas un poquito, dices, a la verga, ¿no? Ya que haga la ruta nomás. No me había dado cuenta. Ahora, ¿cuántos serán? Es una buena pregunta. Ahora, es solamente por el logro, ¿ah? No es por, o sea, ni siquiera es por el oro, porque me faltan solo 2 mapas, no. Pone que ya debería enviar pronto. Un par de segundos. Ahora, a ver, ahí lo va a enviar. No hay ninguna forma de acelerar eso, ¿no? Supongo. No creo que haya una forma de poder acelerar. O sea, podrías acelerar la velocidad del juego, pero. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Tengo que esperar de nuevo? Ah, no. No debería haber ningún problema. Porque esta ruta de acá no necesita ayuda en absoluto. La ruta que. Fácil. Ahora, esta ruta de acá es otra cosa. ver.
Vehicles, there's no batting sun, shall I say?
A veces me da miedo porque podría quedarse atascado más arriba, pero bueno. Eso pasa siempre. Y se tiene que echar para atrás. Esta vez no se da. ¡Ay, qué rabia! Espera, voy a correrlo. No es necesario acercarme tanto. ¿Y esto se sigue entregando? Sí. O sea, lo que no sé es cuántos camiones hay que enviar para, para lograr el objetivo de la ruta. Eso no sé, no tengo idea. Porque si supiese sería más fácil.
Alright, what's going on, guys, and welcome back. So today we're going to be checking out a brand new monster taming game that was just revealed called Animo, which I've seen a lot of people call the next generation of monster taming, or Pokemon Killer, or Pokemon's next lawsuit victim. Generally, these types of fantastical, or on the other hand, nihilistic taglines for these games are par for the course whenever something cool comes along. So today we're going to be checking out this game and reacting to some of the brand new gameplay that was showcased, then discuss a little bit about what this game actually is, talk about platforms and stuff like that. Some of the gameplay in this is brand new, so as per the usual, make sure to sit back, relax, subscribe for all things monster taming. Let's dive in. Okay guys, so we're going to be checking out the Animo trailer here. Apparently some of the music is copywritten, so we might have to like mute certain parts of this, but towards the second half of this, at about the 2:17 mark, Gierno, I think is how you say his name, on our Discord server, was the one that pointed this out to me, that we got some new stuff. So let's just check out the trailer. And we'll talk about platforms too in a bit.
Join the adventure with me? Multiple adorable Animo are living here.
Animo, I've been calling it Animo. There you go. So obviously, graphically, these animations and stuff looking really crazy. I think from a fidelity standpoint, Next Generation is definitely a good label that they've been using. It's the star from Mario. Skateboarding. So a lot of people have been comparing this game to Doki V, which, if you don't remember, Doki V is the monster taming game that was like revealed in like 2019 and then revamped in like 2021 or 2022. Basically, the game has just not come out. It's one being developed by the Black Desert developers. They've kind of put it on the back burner. This one has like skateboarding and kind of like a similar aesthetic, I guess you could say. So comparisons are being made, but I think the games will be different enough, and you know, more monster taming games at this high quality level, the better. Pokemon fans be like, a sheep? Wooloo clone! Looks kind of like a pal. There's some island in the sky. Dang, son. Oh wait, she transformed into it. Okay, so I'm wondering if you like download the information and then shapeshift. Like if that's how like the capturing mechanic works. It's like you download monster, and it's kind of like the set beast, right? You download monster information and then you shapeshift into said monster, and you have their abilities and whatnot. That would make sense because this is a game that lets you control the monsters yourself, as you will see.
¡Lo logré! Lo logré.
So obviously this part is like all cinematic. We're gonna get into gameplay, don't worry. Also, if this music gets copyrighted, I'm just gonna fight the copyright claim. Screw it. As long as it doesn't get banned in like multiple countries or whatever. There we go.
Welcome to Idol.
Dang. Loving the artistic design. Yeah, here we go. Next gen open world creature catching ARPG. You see why people need to just use monster taming? Creature catching
Lo logré.
is very not rolly off the tongue.
Genial, genial, genial. Va. Ya, bueno, eso quiere decir de que ya no hay premios, o sea, está listo, está listo. Está listo, está listo. Está todo listo. Así que nada, voy a cambiar de mapa. Qué genial. Pero no es... mira, el 8% lo logró. Ok. Igual el 8% es bastante. Acá está todo listo. Ya, si está todo listo en el siguiente mapa es porque está todo, ya logré todo lo anterior, digamos, ¿no? Y ahí faltaría ya avanzar en el siguiente mapa nomás. Porque ya revisé este, revisé este, revisé este, revisé este. Y este de acá es uno de los más fáciles, la verdad. Es que o sea, no es el más fácil porque el primero es el más fácil. ¿No? Está acá todo listo. Ya no hay nada más que volver atrás, digamos. Tengo todo listo, bacán. Okay. No hay nada más que hacer. Es simplemente avanzar y ya está. Y de las ofertas de Steam ya no sé, honestamente no sé qué más elegir. Honestamente. Compré varios. Pero, o sea, hay muchos que no he jugado. Bueno, no sé. Por ahora. Por ahora no sé. No tengo nada como muy importante que comprar. Porque todos los juegos que me gustan. Estaba viendo, he revisado muchísimo las ofertas de Steam y la verdad que no he encontrado absolutamente nada que me guste que no haya jugado o que no tenga, digamos, ¿no? Es arena. Este mapa es fácil, yo creo. No creo que sea muy difícil. Como es arena. El último mapa sí, claro. El último mapa sí es más
That
difícil, diría yo.
sandstorm sure did a number on Elamir. Not only is the power grid down, but that's a lot of sand in places you don't want it. Still, the damage may be even worse than that. So, there are two places I'd like you to swing by and check out. The concrete plant and the repair shop. We really need equipment from the shop and concrete from the plant for a bridge across the river. After all, we're not getting any shipments until we reach the other side.
No sé, la verdad que ofertas de Steam. eh, no hay nada que sienta que valga la pena comprar. Como dije, que ya compré todos que quiero. Y este probablemente. No sé si es muy grande, la verdad. Yo creo que no. Sea, yo creo que más que difícil este mapa es tedioso. Eso es lo que yo creo. No creo que vaya a ser difícil, creo que va a ser tedioso. Lo tedioso es lo que hace que el juego sea más largo. Porque limpiar toda esta zona es sumamente tedioso. Y me dice lo que yo acabo de decir, ¿ves?
I've seen many a mess on this job, but this may just update the definition. Looks like my kid's room after a study session. I use the term study loosely. I guess it falls to you to play the parent and clean the plant yard. Then you need to build a road and use it to deliver the vital equipment. I'm sure you can handle it.
Eso. Es otra cosa. A ver. Segundo. A ver una cosa.
Ghibli art. So I can't say too much about it, but it's 85. I don't have $16 that to date. I haven't really did.
A ver, todo. Ah, lo tengo. Va, a ver. Em, Se supone. Tengo una. Se supone que. Hay piedra. Voy a tener que sí o sí probablemente. eh, ¿Cómo se llama? Me equivoqué. Qué estupidez. Eh, Este camión no sirve de nada, pero bueno. Me equivoqué. Entonces, podría. Igual tengo que llevarla para el otro lado. A ver, nunca la he probado esta, la verdad. Ni siquiera sé si tiene la fuerza suficiente como para levantar cosas. Son muy pesadas, digamos. Yo siento que el otro es mejor que esto, honestamente. Y no, el otro es mejor que este, definitivamente. Lo compré solamente por tener más autos, pero en realidad no es tan bueno. Es ahí nomás. Yo diría que la mejor versión sigue siendo. Este es bueno, la mierda de arena, pero este sigue siendo la mejor de la Euro. Es rápida, tiene mucha potencia en las ruedas, la tracción y carga mucho peso. Yo creo que es la mejor opción. Ahora me falta este mapa que puede, o sea, no creo que lo termine, pero puede que avance el 70% entre hoy día y mañana, que voy a jugar todo el día. Ya la próxima semana lo termino sí o sí. Y ya me quedaría solamente un mapa que probablemente me voy a demorar más. Porque el último mapa sí es muy grande. Es muy grande, demasiado. Ahora, me encantaría que hubiese una máquina que te permitiese sacar todas estas piedras de una forma más fácil. Porque uno podría decir, podrías decir el que aplana la tierra, ¿no? Pero no funciona bien, la verdad. Funciona un poco mal. Entonces, no es muy útil. Y aparte tampoco tiene mucha fuerza, por otro lado. Tiene poca fuerza. Ah, miren, ya acá hay piedra. Hijos de puta. No dice. Lo que pasa es que los otros autitos son una mierda. Digamos que tienen cero tracción en cero nada, en absolutamente nada. No tienen tracción en nada. Una verga. Entonces, y es bien verga que te pongan piedras. Y como dije, y el bulldozer. Ah, no sirve. Solo sirve para planar nada. La piedra me va a hacer eso. No, si este se levanta, el otro se da vuelta. Lamentablemente no hay ni un camión, ni siquiera no hay ni uno que pueda sacar las piedras de una forma rápida y concisa y fácil. O no sé si fácil, pero bueno, por lo menos más de alguna forma. No hay ni uno. Este de acá es el más práctico, entre comillas. Entonces van a venir por acá. Puede que ese camino sea necesario usar la arena probablemente. Van a venir por acá. Igual tengo que limpiar toda esta zona. Hacer la carretera es bastante fácil. Es la que menos tiempo me va a tomar. Eso no me va a tomar mucho tiempo. No. Más tiempo me va a tomar hacer esto. No.
The Steam Summer Sale 2025 is in full swing, and it's not just about grabbing old classics for next to nothing. It's also a great chance to pick up some of the best recent releases at generous discounts. In this video, I've put together a list of the most interesting and high-quality new games from the past few years that are absolutely worth buying, even if your wishlist is already packed and your backlog is out of control. Kill the Crows. This pixel art game drops you into the Wild West, where one mistake means death. You play as a gunslinger on a bloody hunt for cultists who destroyed her family. The core gameplay feature is high lethality. Both you and your enemies die in a single shot. This mechanic turns every fight into a tense duel. The game feels like Hotline Miami with a Western twist, time-slowing showdowns, and dozens of enemies, each requiring a unique approach. Immortals of Avium, a fantasy first-person shooter where guns are replaced with powerful spells. The main character unexpectedly awakens magical powers and joins an elite battlemage squad fighting to save the world in a massive magic war. Instead of rifles or shotguns, you wield 3 schools of magic, each focused on destruction, precision, or control. The arsenal includes dozens of unique spells and abilities, while the upgrade system lets you experiment with builds and adapt to different playstyles. Witchfire. This game blends first-person shooter, roguelite, and dark fantasy elements. You play as a church warrior, a former corpse resurrected to hunt down a witch hiding on a cursed island. Combat combines firearms and magic. Instead of a traditional story mode, the game features non-linear zones, each with secrets, enemies, and branching paths. It's brutally challenging. Difficulty is fixed, bosses are deadly, and only smart tactics and well-built skills will carry you forward. What makes Witchfire unique is how it merges gunplay and magic into a single seamless system. Turbo Overkill. You play as a cybernetic killer with a chainsaw for a leg and a whole arsenal of high-tech weapons. The action unfolds in a massive neon city overrun by AI and crime, and it's your job to wipe them out. The game feels like a comic book on overdrive. You wall run, blow up enemies in slow motion, and slice through hordes at breakneck speed. Levels are vertical, packed with secrets, teleporters, and traps, and every fight is a mix of acrobatics, reflexes, and pure carnage. Dead Link. Imagine a mix of cyberpunk, shooter, and roguelite that's Dead Link. You're not just a soldier, you're an experimental combat rig sent into digital missions to eliminate threats. You choose from 4 fighter classes, each with a unique combo of weapons and abilities. The combat is fast like Doom Eternal and demands constant movement. Levels are a series of arenas where you fight, upgrade, and brace for the next wave. Between runs, you upgrade weapons, abilities, and suits, and unlock perks to improve future performance. Remnant 2. The sequel builds on the first game and turns it into a moody experience blending shooter, RPG, and Souls-like elements. Combat is more technical, weapons feel heavier, and animation is smoother. The game offers a wide variety of classes with unique archetypes and traits to shape your playstyle. One standout feature is the archetype system. You can combine 2 specializations and discover new synergies between their skills. Exploration is deeper this time. Procedurally generated levels, hidden secrets, puzzles, and factions with their own stories make every run feel different. scars above, players find themselves stranded on a mysterious and hostile planet, where a scientific expedition turns into a fight for survival. You play as a scientist and astronaut, exploring an alien world filled with dangerous flora, strange structures, and aggressive life forms. The gameplay combines third-person shooting, puzzle solving, survival elements, and exploration. Scanning creatures and the environment not only helps you understand the world, but also improves your weapons, unlocks gadgets, and upgrades your abilities. Unlike many Souls-like games, death here doesn't reset your progress. You keep your resources and respawn with obelisks. Dead Island 2. Set in a sun-drenched, virus-ravaged Los Angeles, you play as one of 6 immune survivors, each with unique abilities. Alone or in co-op, you'll fight your way through elite neighborhoods, boardwalks, beaches, and luxurious mansions, all crawling with zombies and freakish mutants. The melee combat feels heavy and visceral, with brutal dismemberment and damage effects that react to weapons, body parts, and elemental modifiers. The game sticks close to its roots. Classic Dead Island gameplay with better visuals, deeper crafting, and a cast of colorful characters packed with dark humor. Warhammer Boltgun. This game is a perfect fusion of classic shooter energy and the grim Warhammer universe. You play as a space marine, an ultramarine armed to the teeth and bringing holy death to heretics, chaos demons, and enemies of the Imperium. Visually, the game embraces a retro pixel art style. Levels are packed with secrets, alternate paths, and enemies pouring in from every corner. Gameplay is non-stop action with a full arsenal of iconic Warhammer weapons, from bolters to plasma rifles and chainswords. Despite its old-school look, the game offers surprising depth. Enemy types, power-ups, and tactical use of weapons make every fight more than just holding down the trigger. Cuisina. This is an adventure roguelike combining elements of RPG, arcade, and management of your restaurant. We will play as an adventurous woman who returns to her hometown and finds out that she inherited a small family restaurant, which is in debt. Now we have to develop it and pay off all the debts. For this, we need to go to multi-story dungeons in which we will fight with various monsters and extract ingredients from them. From these ingredients, you will cook various dishes and serve them to visitors to your restaurant. At first, there will not be many people, but over time, we will improve our restaurant, increasing its size and decorate, making it more beautiful. Accordingly, its attendance will increase, bringing us more profit. If you played Moonlighter and liked it, I recommend this game too. These two games differ only in the fact that in Moonlighter, we sold artifacts found in the dungeon, and here we will sell food. Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew, is a new game from the creators of Desperados 3 and Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, set in an alternative golden age of piracy. The story unfolds over the dark Caribbean, ruled by inquisitors with a curse haunting lost souls and ghostly pirates searching for treasures. Players take on the role of the cursed pirate Aphia, seeking special black pearls and assembling a unique, undead crew with distinctive abilities. Facing the Inquisition, the heroes aim to acquire treasure through daring heists, assisted not only by deceased pirates but also by the Red Marley, a ghost ship with a soul. Her unique abilities are seamlessly integrated into the gameplay, responsible for save and load functions, breaking the fourth wall in an innovative manner. The game combines the madness of the anime One Piece with the atmosphere of Pirates of the Caribbean. The developers embraced creativity when designing the team's abilities, acknowledging the defiance of physics and logic within the game's universe. Guard. This game takes us on a cartoon adventure. The game is set in the 17th century where the protagonist, an experienced swordswoman, fights the local tyrant, Count Duke, and his despotic guards. The plot unfolds both in narrative episodes and in arena battles, offering us a wide variety of adventures, from street fights to prison escapes and villa break-ins. While battles with hordes of enemies are commonplace in games, fencing represents a more specific theme. The developers have focused on this aspect by emphasizing strategic melee combat. Each enemy has a defense score, which encourages players to attack strategically because allowing them to fully recover means starting the fight all over again. Interaction with the environment plays an important role, offering options such as tipping barrels on guards or using the surroundings to gain tactical advantages. Like a Dragon, Ishin is a Yakuza series spin-off set in 1860s Kyoto. It follows Samurai Sakamoto Ryoma's quest to find his father's killer, clear his name, and restore honor. The game reimagines familiar characters in new roles, providing a fresh yet connected experience. Despite the graphical upgrade on Unreal Engine 4, the core gameplay remains akin to the 2014 original. Combat introduces 4 fighting styles, and squad mechanics enhance strategy. The narrative, though not the series' best, blends historical drama with Yakuza's signature formula. The game includes enjoyable diversions like recruiting allies and cultivating a garden, offering a compelling experience for both series fans and newcomers. Bramble, the Mountain King, is a captivating adventure platformer with horror elements set in a dark fantasy world inspired by ancient Scandinavian folklore. Playing as Ali, the younger brother searching for his missing sister, the game takes you through diverse landscapes filled with mythic creatures and giant bosses. The narrative, narrated by a storyteller, weaves a dark fairy tale as the siblings journey through a mysterious realm. The detailed world features Scandinavian mythological beings, creating an atmospheric and varied experience. With well-implemented mechanics akin to Little Nightmares, the game offers engaging platforming challenges and diverse boss battles. Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden. What if ghosts were a real threat and hunting them down was an everyday job? Ghosts of New Eden builds its entire concept around this idea. The protagonists are a duo of ghost hunters, protecting the living from supernatural forces until tragedy strikes. The heroine herself becomes a spirit, forcing the player to make a heartbreaking choice: save their beloved or continue their mission. The gameplay blends adventure RPG mechanics with detective thriller elements. As you explore the world, you'll encounter spirits, uncover their stories, find ways to banish them, and make choices that affect the story. Combat is also unique. The protagonist fights in classic action RPG style, while the ghostly companion wields supernatural abilities to aid in battle. Granblue Fantasy: Relink is a monster hunting game featuring anime-style characters developed by the Japanese studio Cygames in collaboration with Platinum Games. 8 years in the making, the game represents a fusion of original design and ideas from Bayonetta and Nier Automata. The game offers a linear storyline with elements of shonen fantasy, lasting 14 hours, after which players can enjoy endgame content reminiscent of Monster Hunter. Visually, Relink impresses with its watercolor cell shading and vibrant character design, originally crafted for the PlayStation 4. The narrative unfolds in a celestial kingdom where the player's team battles against the Church and the antagonist Lilith. Although the exploration structure may seem dated compared to modern games, the Granblue world comes to life through its artistic style and diverse locations. In Relink, battles provide a dynamic and spectacular experience, allowing players to control a squad of 4 characters with different combat styles. The Link system adds tactical possibilities, and boss battles are a true kaleidoscope of impressions. Character progression and completing side quests add additional variety to the gameplay. In this game, you take on the role of a station driver trying to survive in a place where strange and dangerous phenomena occur. You must explore the abandoned continent, gather resources, and upgrade your vehicle. Keep an eye on fuel levels, repair damaged parts, and install new components and protective panels. This peninsula was the site of secret experiments that left behind numerous mysteries and anomalies. You can attempt to unravel their secrets or simply collect valuable resources. But be cautious, the zone has a life of its own and constantly changes. As you progress, you will encounter paranormal phenomena that can either help or hinder you. Sherlock Holmes: The Awakened is a detective quest crafted by Ukrainian developers, intertwining the works of Conan Doyle and Lovecraft. The renowned detective Sherlock Holmes finds himself confronting the followers of the cult of Cthulhu while investigating the case of a mysterious kidnapping. It's important to note that The Awakened is not a direct sequel to Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 from 2021. The development team opted to postpone the release of Chapter 2 and instead created a remake of one of the popular games in the series. The Awakened promises an engaging experience with expanded NPC dialogues, a Watson game mode, insanity mechanics, additional investigation mechanics, and new side quests, offering players a fresh and immersive take on the detective genre. Psychonauts 2, the second installment of the classic platformer, turned out to be a worthy continuation of the original despite initial concerns. The storyline has become deeper and more interesting, the gameplay smoother, and overall much better balanced. However, it is not without its drawbacks. There are some issues with the platforming, and the combat mechanics are not very engaging. On the positive side, there are even more quirky psi abilities and enemies, more humor, the same interesting visual style, and a touch of madness and psychedelia. The Medium. A combination of Siberia and Silent Hill, this game puts players in the role of a medium trying to uncover the truth about themselves and a recurring dream where a girl is killed. While the plot may seem sluggish and unclear initially, things start falling into place midway through the game, with the ending evoking a range of emotions due to unexpected twists and understanding everything that happened throughout the game. The main feature involves splitting the screen into two worlds, the real and the spirit realm. For instance, you may need to do something in one world to open a door in the other. This mechanic plays a significant role in the gameplay. In other cases, there's regular switching between the two worlds without screen division. Overall, I recommend trying it out for fans of games with intricate storylines. Lust from Beyond is a first-person atmospheric horror game and a sequel to its predecessor. The protagonist, an antiquarian, begins experiencing visions of a supernatural world filled with pain and debauchery. In an attempt to understand himself and find a cure, he becomes entangled in an ancient and secretive cult that worships a god of lust from another realm. The game draws inspiration from the works of Lovecraft and Geiger, evident in the design of certain locations. Approximately half of the gameplay involves walking simulations and puzzles. As the story progresses, the main character discovers firearms, introducing more action to the first-person gameplay. The primary value of the game lies in its narrative. The story is genuinely intriguing and offers multiple endings based on player choices. Separately, it is worth highlighting the significant elements of eroticism in this game. It looks funny and unusual. I can't even show it. It's complete chaos in there, but I enjoyed it. The Invincible is a first-person science fiction thriller with elements of retrofuturism. The game is based on Stanislav Lem's cult novel, Invincible. The story unfolds in a retrofuturistic universe with analog yet advanced technologies. Players must locate missing crew members and survive on an inhospitable and mysterious planet filled with dark secrets and puzzles. Gameplay-wise, it is a walking simulator with a non-linear and highly engaging detective plot featuring thriller elements. This story will keep you glued to the screen until the very end. If you're a fan of science fiction and have enjoyed watching Interstellar multiple times, then playing this game is a must. While it may seem like a walking simulator in terms of gameplay, the atmosphere and plot create an incredibly immersive interactive experience. Planet of Lana. This is an adventure set in a world full of puzzles and dangers. At the center of the story is a girl named Lana and her mysterious companion. They embark on a journey across an extraordinary planet to save their loved ones. The game combines platforming and puzzle elements, with special attention paid to the interaction between the main characters. Visually, the game impresses with its hand-drawn style and stunning landscapes that resemble living paintings. One of the key mechanics is the cooperation between the characters, as you will need to solve various tasks by using the unique abilities of each character. Plague Tale Requiem. Following the events of the
all right so far. So I have a new task for you, and in other breaking news, water is wet. There's a scout vehicle loaded with supplies at the repair shop, and it's eagerly awaited at the steel mill. We'd have our hands tied without the mill functioning, so kindly find a way to get that truck over the river, if you please. I think you'll have zero problems, considering your past performance. This other job, though, gosh, I think it's just too easy for you. I mean, there's no imminent threat or dangerous adventure to be had. Just a little town that needs help restoring its supply routes. But if I know you, you won't refuse a community in need. So thank you in advance.
first game, Amisha and her younger brother Hugo head south, hoping to start a new life away from war and plague. However, Hugo's gift grows increasingly dangerous, and the world around them crumbles under the weight of a new plague outbreak. The developers have expanded the scope of the adventure, featuring more open locations, improved visuals, and an even more intense storyline. The game continues to explore survival in a world where humans can be more terrifying than rats. Meanwhile, Amisha evolves from a frightened girl into a true warrior, ready to fight for her brother's life. The Quarry. From the creators of Until Dawn comes another interactive horror game inspired by classic teen slasher films. The Quarry follows a group of summer camp counselors who, left alone for one final night, encounter an unspeakable nightmare. Players make crucial decisions that determine who lives and who dies, with unexpected twists making each playthrough unique. The game's key feature is its high level of choice and consequence. Every action can save or doom a character, and the well-crafted dialogues and performances make the cast feel alive. With impressive visuals and a cinematic presentation, The Quarry feels like watching a horror movie, except you control the fate of the characters. Nobody Wants
I
to
think
Die.
we can call
This stylish
Operation
neo-noir
Restore the
detective
Concrete
game
Plant a
transports players
success.
to a futuristic
My
New
naming
York
of operations, not so much. Anywho, it's all thanks to you as usual. I mean that. I've sent you some concrete bridge designs. I'm sure they'll be helpful. Of course, we have a long road ahead bringing the rest of the region back to shape, but we're off to a good start.
Where technology has nearly eradicated death. The protagonist, a detective, investigates mysterious murders in a world where people can upload their consciousness into new bodies. The game presents a hauntingly atmospheric setting filled with philosophical musings on immortality and ethical dilemmas. Nobody Wants to Die prioritizes narrative and atmosphere, offering a well-thought-out detective experience. It feels like a mix of Blade Runner and Disco Elysium, challenging players not just to solve crimes, but to make morally complex decisions. Eternal Strands, a game from a studio founded by the former director of the Dragon Age trilogy. If you love open-world adventures with epic battles and interactive environments, then Eternal Strands is the game for you. It's an action RPG with fantasy elements, where you play as a young warrior who can control the elements. The gameplay combines intense battles against massive creatures, exploration of diverse biomes, and the use of elemental magic to overcome obstacles. The developers took inspiration from hits like Shadow of the Colossus and Zelda, which is evident in the movement freedom and the scale of the enemies. AI Limit. Fans of Nioh and Code Vein will definitely want to check out AI Limit, a Chinese action RPG in the Souls-like genre. The game offers a dark cyberpunk setting where the world has been devastated by a catastrophic event, and the remaining humans and androids struggle to survive. You play as a female warrior with an artificial body, granting her unique abilities in combat. The gameplay blends fast-paced battles that require precise movement and resource management, along with exploration of semi-ruined megacities filled with mysteries and deadly enemies. The boss and enemy designs are impressive, while the atmosphere feels like a mix between Nier and Dark Souls. Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter. The first Tales of Iron was a surprise hit among 2D action RPGs, and its sequel takes things even further. Once again, you'll step into a brutal world where noble rats fight for survival against ruthless enemies. This time, the story unfolds in the Frozen Lands, where the Rat Kingdom faces a new and deadly threat. Whiskers of Winter delivers challenging yet fair combat in a Souls-like style. Its hand-drawn environments create the atmosphere of a living storybook filled with intense, violent battles. The sequel expands the game world with new biomes, tougher enemies, and an even richer, more immersive experience. If you're looking for a visually stunning, tough, and rewarding RPG, this one is not to be missed. Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. open-world RPG based on the Tainted Grail board game offers a dark reimagining of Arthurian legends. In this version of the myth, King Arthur is dead, and Britain has descended into chaos and darkness. The gameplay blends survival elements, exploration, and RPG mechanics. The world is filled with dangers, not just from wild creatures and bandits, but also from ancient curses, monstrous horrors, and magical anomalies. The combat system is reminiscent of the Elder Scrolls, but with a stronger focus on alchemy and resource management. Every choice affects the story, and the game's dark fantasy atmosphere makes for a truly immersive.
Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to my review of Tales of Iron. This is a bit of an odd one. I would have done an overview of this back in 21 when it came out. We were doing, 30-minute overview formats. And while I do remember it being cool and striking and having an impression on me, I hadn't really gone back to it. And now we jump forward where I'm looking at what's coming out next year. And the sequel to this is coming out fairly early next year. So I thought, why not? I'll go back to it and play a little bit. Before you know it, I've just sunk 8 hours into it in the past couple of days and clocked it, so we might as well review it. Safe to say, I think this is a fantastic game, very much worth checking out. And depending on when this video goes up, maybe the winter sale will be on. Anyway, that's speculative, who knows, maybe it'll be on cheap. But regardless, I still think it's worth it full price, $40 Australian. Yeah, sure. Absolute delight of a game. Top to bottom, really well designed, great world construction. I suppose the number one philosophy, something I really bang my drum about, is that the developers took an appropriate bite of the pie. That it's not overdeveloped, it doesn't have a whole bunch of ancillary systems that are just there as filler. It knows what it is and it executes on it expertly, and honestly I loved every second of this game. So, very high praise, and safe to say I'm looking forward to the sequel in the next couple of months. So as you can see from the sort of artistic aesthetic, you're kind of this like rat kingdom. It's got like a side scroller, I guess Metroidvania-ish. It's got what you could probably call Souls-like combat, that sort of action combat, parry blocks, kind of Estus. However, like I said, the scope's fairly narrow. It's not like there's a million different builds or anything like that. There's a few different weapon types, and there's a lot of different variants of those weapons, like swords, axes, spears. But generally speaking, it's much more of an action combat sort of arena-based experience. And the combat works really well. But like for an example, looking at this, you might think of something like Ori and the Blind Forest, one of my favourite games of all time, for sure. But that's very much a platformer. This isn't. I mean, there's some platforming, very rudimentary stuff. To call it weak wouldn't necessarily be the case. It's just that's not what this game's about. You do navigate that 2D space back and forth, unlocking areas, but it's more about squaring off and being locked into a screen to fight a couple of dudes and potentially waves of dudes. Anyway, it works incredibly well. You play as this dude Reggie. In fact, there's a screen with honorable mention remembering mice, so maybe these were all pet mice of the developers, who can say. But there's a whole bunch of like named mice in this kingdom. You're like a young prince. You have like an older, stronger brother. He's more expected for the throne. I think that there's a blacksmith, a cook. They're all brothers. You meet friends along the way, but essentially you're the sort of little runt of the group, not expecting big things from you. And like, I don't necessarily want to get spoilery, but it's the impetus for the setup for the entire game. It does kind of have that, dare I say, Game of Thrones, everyone's happy in peacetime. Then the big bad frogs attack, and your kingdom is basically sundered overnight with all of your friends and people captured, people killed, put to the sword. It is very grisly, actually, when you impose it against how cute this aesthetic is and the way that the story is told by the voice actor of bloody Geralt from The Witcher. It's a bit weird hearing him in here, but he tells it like he's, Princess Briding, like he's telling you a story. And it's very charming and wholesome. And it's kind of cool seeing that real wholesome storybook flavor and color and setting imposed against just grisly violence. But before you know it, you're essentially the young king-to-be, and you're questing across this torn-up countryside of your homelands, trying to push back the frog invasion And it goes on, and there's more factions, friend and foe. One of the coolest things about this sort of, I don't know, meta layer of how the environmental narrative plays out is as you retake these lands, you know, there's swamps, and then there's the mines, and there's like local sort of city town next to the main castle, and all of it's, you know, covered in bodies and gloomy and miserable and raining. And as you slowly take it back and help the people, you start getting foot traffic. The people start coming out, they're banding together, and in the background you can see them rebuilding. It's all very cute, putting on their construction hats and getting out the hammer and tongs to hit the wood, and it's just really cool to see that. It's a weird bathtub curve in a way of you saw your kingdom under your father in the most prosperous snapshot, and then it is brought down to be an absolutely destroyed, desolate place, and then you build it up through the course of the game. And while it's not something like Kingdom, where you actively buy upgrades, it's not really like that. There are a couple of missions, but they're kind of carrot on a stick, where like the blacksmith will be like, well, I need to rebuild the smithy, so I need coins, and to get the coins you've got to do side quests. It's all pretty linear and narratively contrived, but the visual representation of your efforts to rebuild your kingdom are manifest, but not necessarily through gameplay. More like I said, like environmental narrative. It is so incredibly satisfying and rewarding to see your people take back the land. As you move through the sort of open road areas, there's swamps that are, you know, navigable by the wreckage of roads, right? Essentially freeway equivalents, but your dudes get out there as you take it back bit by bit, and they start, you know, rebuilding it. It doesn't make a huge difference gameplay-wise, but it's so cool to watch your guys rebuild the kingdom, and before you know it, you know, your castle's starting to thrive. The local town has musicians rocking up and playing music. You can do little side quests to, I don't know, I found like a trader, he needed his wheel repaired to pull a caravan to the next sort of town or location. There's like a strange internal economy that there seems to be, you know, bug beasts of labour. Like there's a mill where you can get bug milk, but then also you kill the bad guy bugs and you get bug juice. There's a bug juice brewery, everyone's favourite. You know, there's a chef that if you get him the right ingredients, he'll make you a meal that extends your health bar. So there's all these mechanics in there. They're fairly basic, but they're solid, and it's all contributing to this sort of wholesome environment. And it's just really marvelous as an experience. Anyway, I've talked broadly about the sort of overarching, let's say, mouthfeel. As far as the mechanics go, incredibly solid, a lot of sort of counter, ringing,
Hey, we're back with another episode of Before You Buy, the show where we give you some straight-up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. As usual, it's me, Jake, and today we're talking about Nobody Wants to Die. We're taking a deep dive into noir with this one. It's developed by a small team from Poland calling themselves Critical Hit Games, and just from the visuals alone, this one looks like it's punching way above its weight. The game is immediately eye-catching with its like Art Deco-inspired future and cool rewind powers, and it looks fantastic, but is there more going on here with the gameplay, or is it just kind of like a glorified tech demo? When this was first announced, we were intrigued right away from the jump with the first screenshots, so that's why we decided to jump into this one. It just released, so yeah. And just so you know, this footage was captured on PC, and this video is as spoiler-free as possible. The important thing to know going in this is that, above everything else, it is a narrative adventure game. It's first person, but it's not an action game. There's no shooting at all. Well, I mean, like, at least you're not shooting anything as a game mechanic. You follow the story, you get a few dialogue options once in a while, and mostly look around environments. The thing that makes this game stand out, other than like the meticulously designed city, is the Reconstructor, this thing on the guy's hand. It's a tool that allows you to recreate a crime scene in real time. Sort of like those brain dance moments in Cyberpunk, or a little further back here, Remember Me. That's the primary gameplay you're going to be doing here, though. You go to a crime scene, scan it with your Reconstructor, and hunt for clues to piece together the when, the why, and the hows. These events are the real highlight of the game because the murder scenes are so elaborately staged and complex. They usually have like a lot of moving parts, tend to end with pretty dramatic explosions, carefully piecing together everything in order to paint this like complete picture of each crime scene is a lot of fun. They really put in a lot of work here to make these crimes visually interesting and actually exciting to see unfold. It doesn't feel like in other games with this where it's like an afterthought objective to keep you busy. It's the whole thing here, and they go in on it. There's not a lot of these crime scenes from like a sheer numbers standpoint, but like I said, they put a lot of work into them and there aren't any boring ones. The game doesn't waste your time with any super basic crimes padding things out. Every single one is pretty compelling. Now, none of that would matter if the story wasn't engaging, right? So from the start, the game just throws you into this fascinating vision of like a retro future New York. Skyscrapers block out the sky, but people still watch drive-in movies. Hover cars exist, but people still send messages using pneumatic tubes. It's anachronistic as hell, but that's just what they're going for, a sort of heightened Bioshock-ish world. I don't know. The story begins with a film strip explaining that a miracle substance called Icarite allows people to transfer their consciousness from one body to another. So essentially allowing everyone to have eternal life. That sounds great. I mean, who doesn't want to live forever? But there are actually downsides to this deal. So if you want a new body, you have to bid on it in an auction. And everybody is required to get a replacement body, and you have to pay a subscription for it that's mandatory. So everyone gets to live forever, but everyone's living in debt, crammed into apartments like sardines, and people are mostly generally miserable unless you're one of the lucky few who can actually afford the good new bodies. It's an interesting sci-fi idea that is presented in a unique way. I mean, yeah, it sounds like it's just altered carbon, and yeah, it's on some similar ideas, but there's a lot more emphasis on the financial burden of eternal life and Nobody Wants to Die, which grounds the story in what would otherwise be like a pretty unrecognizable futuristic world. And what a world it is, man. The visuals are astounding throughout the game. Everything looks great and has that personal touch of a skilled artist, from the Baroque crime scenes to the more mundane hallways. The game is just packed with visual details that just make you want to stop and look around. We'll admit we did play the game on a beefy PC with an NVIDIA 4090 on max settings, but we tried the game out on a more mid-level PC and found that it performed fairly well there too. The game is nice enough to actually cache the shaders before starting the game. Love that. So that deals with a lot of the slowdown and hiccups and stuff. It's not perfect. Still notice some stuttering here and there, but never for more than a few seconds. Now, we could go on and on about how great this game looks and how creative some of the world building is. Like, you know, when you return to your main guy's apartment, you try to use the bathroom, you find out that this place is such a dystopian nightmare that you don't even get a bathroom to yourself. The toilet is on an elevator that is shared with like multiple tenants. It's a mess. There are fun little touches and moments like that, you know, like how your guy gets a familiarization party invitation so people can get used to someone's new body, or rows of different smells that are used for aromatherapy to help people with new bodies synchronize. It's all interesting stuff that paints a very weird but interesting setting. No, it doesn't actually make a lot of sense. I mean, seriously, there are people flying around in hover cars that look like the Model T, but who cares? It's cool and it's unique. Now, we could go on and on about all that stuff, the world design, the visuals, because it is fantastic, but unfortunately, the actual gameplay isn't quite as strong. Now, we said before, we like the investigations, and I stand by that, but the actual mechanics related to them are very simple. Almost too simple. There's not a lot of room to really make it feel like you're uncovering clues on your own. You're mostly just following the prompts and advancing the story. You go up and scan the body, which like lets you turn on the reconstructor, then you rewind to the one glowing part with a clue, your guy says something, then you go to the next glowing segment.
Roger that.
Sometimes you use an X-ray device to scan something. Sometimes you use a UV light to scan something, but that's about it. It's about as interactive and complex as the investigations in the Arkham games. It's very hand-holdy, unfortunately. There are other things to do, at least. One thing I quickly noticed is that you can easily just follow the prompts and race through a crime scene, but if you do, then you'll actually end up missing a lot of important clues that can affect the outcome of the case. There are choices to make that can affect the story. They don't completely change things, it mostly just affects the fate of the main characters and what your main guy does for the ending, but it's enough to make it feel like your choices do matter. Little things get referenced and certain choices are brought up in dialogue. Sometimes finding clues or picking some choices allow you to unlock new options when talking to people, which can change your relationship with that character. There's not a lot of people to talk to though, you know, you're mostly just talking to your unseen partner and the chief over.
Here are more Steam Summer Sale games that I think are fantastic and a great deal, and if you like the games that I feature on the channel, you will probably like these. Unravel 1 and Unravel 2 are on sale right now. Unravel 2 is one of the best co-op games I've ever experienced. You can play the game completely solo, although I would recommend it with your friend. The platforming game with music, art, and a very touching story. Up next is Bastion, one of the best ARPGs I've ever played. It came out back in 2011. It's $3 right now on sale. It's the first Super Giant Games release, so the folks who made Transistor and Pyre and Hades. The music's incredible, the artwork's amazing, the gameplay's a ton of fun. This thing is probably incredible on a handheld device and Steam. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is on sale for $6. That's 90% off. It came out in 2021. It's visually great, gameplay is pretty fun, the humor, the writing, everything is so spot on, and I feel like this game went way under the radar. This is one of the titles I picked up this sale, put about 3 or 4 hours in so far, and absolutely loving it. Platinum Games Bayonetta is on sale for $6. Hyper stylish, over-the-top action, super great performance on the PC. A very fun hack and slash with scoring and plenty of replayability. Very fun. Platinum Games does not miss, and you can actually get Vanquish and Bayonetta together for $11, and I would highly recommend it. Check out the previous video I did on the summer sale talking about Vanquish right here. You can get Bright Memory and Bright Memory Infinite for just $11.20. Super fun FPS game with some Souls-like elements with the melee. Over the top, stylish again, really cool. Short experiences though. Do recognize it's built by like one person, so they're not really long games, but they are a ton of fun if you just need a few hours to throw at something. And visually pretty great. Far Cry 5 is just $9 right now. I loved this game when it came out back in 2018. Not a big Far Cry fan or a Far Cry player, but it just was a fun sandbox, a cool environment, tons of things you can do. It's got a great co-op mode. The multiplayer servers apparently have been pretty iffy the last few days, so maybe give it some time and take a look at the servers if you're trying to get into it for the multiplayer side, but it was really, really fun. FTL, or Faster Than Light, is $3. I cannot recommend this game highly enough. It works on basically anything. Any potato will run it. This is a roguelite spaceship simulation game where you try and get through the galaxy, and there's a big boss fight at the end that's really difficult. It's a ton of fun. It doesn't take very long to get through a run, and it's one of those games over the years that I've just poured time and time and time into. Cannot recommend it enough. I love this game. Jurassic World Evolution 2 is on sale for $3. Now, I've never really played these simulation management games before, but, you know, growing up, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Theme Park Tycoon, this is fairly similar, except you have the added benefit of the Jurassic Park license. A lot of the major voice actors are in this game. Been a ton of fun so far, and for $3, it's hard to say no. If you've never played a Just Cause game, 2 and 3 are a ton of fun. I don't even know really how to describe it. They're open world, they're sandboxy, and it's really just about causing the most destruction possible. They are so much fun. I highly recommend checking out 3 right now on sale for $3. 2 is also great. Just Cause 4 changed the formula, and it's just not as good in my opinion, but really, really fun games, and the kind of thing that's sort of infinitely replayable and just ultra chill. I don't remember if I put this in the previous video, I probably did. Lunistis is a 3D platformer that reminds you of the Sega Saturn and kind of even Dreamcast days in my opinion. Very short game, so you can get through it in 2 hours, but it was one of my favorite experiences that I got through last year. It is $3.50. I highly recommend it. Another amazing title for like a Steam Deck. Metro Last Light and Metro 2033 are both on sale for $3. We talked about Exodus in the last video, so honestly, if you're interested, just get the full bundle for $10 and like 50 cents. Last Light and 2033 are very linear, much more so than Exodus, but these are gorgeous games with really fun campaigns, some very spooky vibes at points, and still gorgeous games, so highly recommend these. Middle-earth Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor are on sale, $5 for Shadow of War, but if you spend $7, you can get both of the games, Shadow of Mordor and War, and the DLCs for them. Highly recommend this game also. Really cool if you like the Lord of the Rings universe. Some unique systems in here. The Nemesis system is really cool, and it's just this great third-person kind of action game with some open-world elements. Looks visually great to this day as well. Monster Hunter World is on sale for $10, as is the DLC Iceborne. I've put probably like 600 or 700 hours into this game over the years. Absolutely love it. If you're not looking to shell out the money for Wilds, or maybe you don't want to vibe with Wilds, from what I've been seeing, Wilds did not hit the mark the way that World did. This is just an infinitely replayable, incredible game with so much content at this point. Still an active player base, you can still get into hunts with other people. I love it. It's so good for that price point. Hundreds of hours of gameplay there. Riders Republic is $4. Basically any action sport you can think of, you get to do in this game. From mountain biking to skating to skiing to paragliding, wingsuits, everything is here. Do be aware, the live service tropes are all over this thing. There's an in-game shop full of every outfit and new sport and all this stuff. But it is very fun and it's pretty chill. Civilization 6 is on sale for $3. Now, real quick, all of the 2K games, they just went back and updated the terms of service, and it's pretty dodgy, so all the 2K games are getting like review bombed right now, and I want to bring it to your attention. Do your homework, do your research. Apparently the new terms of service is very overreaching and not great, so do your homework and make the decision yourself. I've never played a real grand strategy or 4X game before. Civ 6 is my entry point into the series. Looks like Civ 7 wasn't received quite as well, and it's not discounted very much. But for $3, I've heard a lot of great things about this game. Sega and Atlas are having just an insane summer sale. So I picked up an old favorite from the GameCube days when I was younger, Sonic Adventure 2 for just $5. Tons of Sonic games are on sale during this event. The Sonic X Shadow Generations game is actually a ton of fun. But man, I wanted to just throw it back to my childhood. This thing ran pretty good so far. I played like an hour or two on the PC and I'm surprised. Like, it's decent and a really nostalgic trip. 60% off is Persona 5 Royal if you've not played this game. What an incredible JRPG. 100 hours plus of a wonderful story, great gameplay. It will leave an impact, and I just think it's one of the best games ever made. All of the Tomb Raider titles are having a huge sale right now, but the one I wanted to point out is Tomb Raider Definitive Survivor Trilogy. This is one of those bundles where if you already own one of the games in the bundle on Steam, it'll let you complete the bundle for the lower adjusted cost. So I already had the 2013 Tomb Raider, and I was able to get Rise of the Tomb Raider and the Shadow of the Tomb Raider game for like $8 or $7, whatever it worked out to. So the full bundle is $11.16. Very fun games. I think a lot of people didn't typically play them, and at this price point, it's just awesome. This is another 2K game, so be aware, but XCOM 2 is considered one of the best like turn-based strategy games ever. It's one of those top-down tactical RPG kind of games, and really fun permadeath mechanics, all that stuff. It is $3, and at that price point, it's just one of the legendary PC titles. If you like strategy, tactics kind of RPGs, this is worth playing. All right, then some of the usual suspects that are thrown out as recommendations in all sales. I didn't mention them in the previous video, but Disco Elysium is $4. That is insane. Really cool game. Highly recommended if you are interested in these like kind of RPGs and very story-rich experiences. In the last video, I talked about Doom 2016. Doom Eternal is 75% off at $10. Much more frantic, much more movement-based. I loved Eternal a lot. I think I personally, with my FPS background, enjoyed it more than 2016, but just an insanely fun game. Highly recommend it. Skyrim, if you don't already own it, the special edition is $10. Along those same lines, Fallout series is dirt cheap right now. Fallout 76, $10. Fallout 4, $8. New Vegas 5, and Fallout 3 is $6.50. Last year, I went through Fallout 4 on a modded playthrough, and it was one of the most fun experiences I have ever had with a game. And Fallout New Vegas, I played right after that using the Viva New Vegas mod set, and it was a ton of fun as well. If you enjoyed the Amazon Prime show, these are worth hopping into. There's enough mod support now where you can really refine some of the rougher edges on all of these, and I think they are just great games. All right, you know the drill. Thanks for watching. Let me know what games you're interested in, what you picked up the sale, and what you recommend. Have a great rest of your day, and we will see you again very soon. Today we're taking a trip.
Well, it's that time of year again. The Steam Summer Sale is here, and in this video I want to talk about some of the best deals out there for games that if you haven't played yet, you should really go pick up for the price, since there are just some fantastic deals, I think. And I feel like more and more every year when I take a look at have a 5 to 10% sale that, you know, is about what you should pay anyway. So the first game is Elden Ring. Big surprise here. This game is $35.99 right now. This is a pretty good price for this game. This is a game that won Game of the Year. We've obviously covered it a lot on this channel. You're probably not going to find this game too much cheaper than this anywhere else. Like, I think this game is probably, you know, $39.99 to $49.99 most places most of the time. So you're getting it a little bit cheaper than that, and I don't know when the next time you'll probably find it cheaper than this is. So if for some reason you haven't picked up Elden Ring yet, or maybe you want to just get it for a friend, this would be a good time to do it. Next is Hogwarts Legacy. These aren't in any particular order, by the way. I just wrote them down as I was going through the Steam Summer Sale. Hogwarts Legacy is $14.99. This is a great price for this game. It's a fantastic game. It's not for everyone. Not everyone loves Harry Potter. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan, so I love this game a lot for what it was. It's a solid 8 out of 10 type game. And $14.99 is probably one of the better prices you're going to find for this game. It's just not one of those games that's going to come down much more than that. It doesn't have a lot of room to go down lower. Next is currently Cyberpunk 2077. This game is $21 currently. That is a great price for this game. This is a game that's had its ups and downs. It's in a much better place now than it was at launch because of the continued support from CD Projekt Red. And if for some reason, you know, you didn't play it because of everything that happened during the launch, but you want to check it out, that's a great price. I don't think you're going to see this game much lower than that. Next is the first Berserker Kazan. This game is on sale for $47.99 right now, which this game just came out like a few months ago. It's very, very new, and it's typically $59.99. So it's like a, I don't know, 20% discount, something like that. That's pretty good for a game that just came out that has rave reviews, has excellent review scores. So if you've been meaning to pick up Kazan but you haven't yet, it's a good time to do that. The next game is Jedi Survivor. I actually enjoyed this game. It's $14, and it's kind of like a Souls-light Star Wars game. And I was pleasantly surprised by it. It wasn't the greatest game I ever played, but for a Star Wars game, it's probably one of the better recent Star Wars games out there. Obviously, the older you get, the better the Star Wars games seem to get. But this is a good one if you are a Souls-like player, and for $14, I'm not sure you're going to find it much cheaper than that. Next is Lies of P, which is $29.99. This is a great price for this game. This is a game that I think we gave an 8.6 review score to. It's widely regarded as one of the best, if not the best, Souls-like out there, although Kazan probably gave it a run for its money. And it recently had the Overture DLC come out, so if you've been meaning to play Lies of P, and because you saw Overture come out and you haven't played Overture yet, and you haven't played Lies of P, this is a good time to pick it up. Next is Dragon's Dogma 2. This game is $29.39 right now on Steam. Dragon's Dogma 2 is one of those games that I think got a lot more hate for the microtransactions that it had than it should have gotten. These are completely optional. I didn't even notice them or use them at all in my game, and I thought it was still a decent game. It was obviously a kind of disappointment in terms of what they did. It didn't seem like they really tried to make it as great a title as they could, but it's still a pretty good RPG. and for $29.39, I definitely think it's worth picking up. Next is Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is on sale for $7.49. If for some reason you haven't played Hollow Knight yet, this is a great price for this game. There's a lot of talk of Silk Song coming soon. We don't know exactly when it's coming yet, but if you haven't played this and you're looking forward to Silk Song, or Silk Song's been on your radar, make sure you pick this up and get it. Next is Ark Survival Ascended, which is $22.49. This is actually like 50% off, which is pretty good. This game came out a couple years ago, I think, into early access, and it's a bit different than the first game, which some people like and some people don't. But if you're in the market for a new survival game and you want to check out, Ark Survival Ascended, that's a pretty good price to pick that up. Next is Death Stranding Director's Cut. Death Stranding 2 just came out, so there's a lot of hype around that. If you haven't played the first game, now is a good time to do it. This is $15.99 on there. That is not a bad price. I actually really liked the game once I made it all the way through the game. It's one of those that not everyone is going to like, but the ending of this game was absolutely mind-blowingly good and made the whole journey worth it, in my opinion. So if you got Death Stranding 2 on your radar, but you haven't played the first one yet, now is a good time to do it. Next is Final Fantasy 16, which is $32.49. This is a game that was widely popular by a lot of people. Ben Starr is the main character in this game, just like he is in Kazan, and obviously he is Verso in Clear Obscure Expedition 33. So if you're a Ben Starr fan, Final Fantasy fan, this is a pretty good price for this game. It just came out last year, so it's almost half off already. The next one is Marvel's Midnight Suns. This is actually $8.99 USD on Steam right now, which is like, I don't know, a fraction. It's like 80% off what the original price of this game was when it came out, which is really, really good. I don't think you're going to find this cheaper than this ever. And this is one of those games where the storytelling and story was met, but the gameplay was actually super solid and really fun if you like XCOM and Marvel and stuff like that. So if you're a fan of Firaxis' combat, Midnight Suns for $8.99 is a good price. Just don't play it for the story. Next is Warhammer 40k Dark Tide. This is on sale for $15.99. If you are a first-person shooter player and you like Warhammer, this is a game that's definitely, right up your alley. It has a bit of mixed reviews. It's been supported a lot since its launch, so it's definitely a lot better Steam now than it was. But I don't think you're going to find this game much cheaper than $15.99 simply because it doesn't have a lot further down to go. So if you haven't played it yet, if you're a Warhammer 40k fan, first-person shooter fan, you definitely like this game. Next is Neo 2, which is currently on sale for $22.49. Neo 2 is our highest rated game of all time on Fetch Relay, and its combat is unmatched out there. Neo 3, we'll see if its combat, is as good as it. From what I played, I really liked the Neo 3 Alpha, but obviously it's too early to tell how it is through a whole game. But if you played the Neo 3 Alpha and you liked what you saw in that game, but you haven't for some reason played Neo 2 yet, getting it for $22.49 again is one of those prices where you're probably not going to get it much lower than that. It might sometime go down to $19.99, but I don't think you're going to see a lower price than that ever. Next is Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon, which is on sale for $35.99. This is a game we've been covering a lot on our channel throughout its development. It just came out a couple months ago, and it's a brand new game. Like, this is effectively a brand new release. It's already on sale for the Steam sale, down from $44.99, which isn't a huge discount, but considering that this game is getting great reviews, it is an absolutely fun game to play, and it just came out. I think this is a good price for this game, and if you haven't picked it up yet, you should definitely pick it up at that price. Next is Mass Effect Legendary Edition. This is on sale for $5.99, and I swear they put it like right around this price every Steam Summer Sale, it seems like, or even the Steam Winter Sale. So if for some reason you haven't played the Mass Effect trilogy yet, it is such a good trilogy. It's arguably one of the best out there in terms of RPGs. Definitely go pick that up for $5.99. Next is Monster Hunter Rise. This is on sale for $9.99, which is ridiculous. This is so cheap. If you haven't played Monster Hunter Rise yet, it is one of the best combat experiences in the Monster Hunter universe, in my opinion. The wire bug really changed things in that game, made things a lot more mobile, which I really, really like. So if for some reason, you're not happy with Monster Hunter Wilds and you're looking for some Monster Hunter to play, and you haven't played Rise, this is a good time to do it. And last on our list is Blasphemous, which is $2.49 right now. Blasphemous is kind of like a 2D Souls-like game. It has pixel art. There is a second one out there too, so if you like this game, there's another one that you can go play immediately following it. But $2.49 is an absolute steal for this game. I don't think you're going to see it much cheaper than that ever, simply because, again, there's not a lot of room for it to go down and to still make any money off of it. So if you like 2D Souls-likes, Blasphemous should be on your list if you have not played it yet. So that wraps up our list of the best sales, I think, for the Steam Summer Sale right now. For those of you in the Effects for Life community, I think these are the ones that I would recommend to you guys. There are other titles that are out there that you guys will love that are on sale as well. I just don't think their sale prices are like an absolute must-buy, but certainly there are some prices out there that if you haven't picked up the games yet, you should definitely go do so. What do you guys make of this list? Are there titles on here that I forgot to mention that are great sales? Are there games that shouldn't be on this list that I put on here? Let me know.
Steam Summer Sale is here, and in this video I'll be breaking down the 25 best game deals in the Steam Summer Sale on until July 10th. They also don't do any of the rolling daily discounts anymore, so the price that you pay today will be the lowest that it goes. And for each of these games, I'll be giving my own review of it, explaining what the game is all about, and comparing it to some other games that you may have played. The first game being Elden Ring, which gets a 40% off deal, which is a pretty good one. This is the lowest that we've seen it go. The thing is, Elden Ring is one of those games that they'll be talking about for 10 years from now. It's incredible. It's a Souls-like game, but it's the easiest From Software game that they've ever put out. This is a game where if you stick at it, you'll get good at it. It's not that hard. It's actually their easiest game in the series of Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, etc. I'm a huge fan of this, and I think it's the most accessible game ever. It's got so many different weapons. There's like 300 or 400 different weapons, tons of builds that you can put together. Lots of cool exploration, and I think overall this game is great, especially if you've never been playing a Souls game before. I think this is the most hand-holdy friendly one because you can summon in helpers to help out in fights. There's a lot of ways to make this game easier if you've never done a Souls game before, and I think this is an incredible game. So this is the first one I just wanted to cover here. Now another game that we also have that's incredible is Cyberpunk 2077. You've probably heard about this game before. There's it's on 65% off, $27.99 Canadian. That's a really good sale. It also has a huge DLC. If you haven't played Cyberpunk yet, this is the time to play it. It's incredible. It's also got an update 2.3 that'll be coming out soon. This is almost like a Fallout style game. It's a first-person shooter. You get third person as well. And Cyberpunk's seriously such a work of art of a game. So again, if you've never played this game, this is one you definitely got to check out. Next is Hogwarts Legacy. Now this is a pretty decent game. I found it a little bit boring. I played on a few different platforms and I burned myself out of this game pretty easily. However, if you love Harry Potter and you haven't played this game yet, you definitely want to check this one out because it's great for fans. It's a third-person action RPG, open world, but I think most of the world feels pretty dead outside of the school. So yeah, it's a fun game for those that enjoy Harry Potter, and I think it's worth the download. This one's on 75% off, so this is honestly one of the lowest prices ever been, so $15 American. Also, Resident Evil 4. This is a generational game. I played this as a child on the GameCube, loved it. If you're a fan of zombie survival style games, this is one of the absolute best. The remake is incredible too. If you played Resident Evil 4 in the past, this is a very well done remake of the game, so it's on sale 50% off, which is a great deal for this game, full of content, and there's a lot of mods and stuff for this game as well. And there's also a DLC too. So yeah, if you're a fan of zombie shooters, any type of game like that, survival, this is one to definitely check out. Balatro. This game is addicting. So yeah, this is now on sale. It's also on phones, so if you just prefer it being mobile, it's also there as well. It's a roguelike poker game. You don't need to know poker to play this, though. I don't know how to play poker, and I do fine with this. It has a little, you can run your hand over the run info to get information on your hand, but you'll learn the rules really quickly. It's a roguelike. You get different buffs, the Joker cards, the power you're leveling up, and you're always trying to beat the score that you need to get, and you do so by getting all these different cards. It's a randomized run every single time, and it's got some great music, but it's just overwhelmingly positive for a good reason. It's only 10% off, but hey, this is a fantastic game, and I highly recommend checking it out. Now, Baldur's Gate 3, one of the absolute best games of all time, just passed 1,000 hours on PC and close to 1,000 on console. Generational game. As I was saying with Elden Ring, this is another game that is near perfect, overwhelmingly positive for such a good reason. Now, it's based on Dungeons and Dragons. If you're watching my channel, you've probably watched my Baldur's Gate 3 videos before, but it's a perfect game. I don't know anything about D&D, and I had an incredible time, and I learned so much about D&D playing this game. It's got a lot of layers to it. It's a turn-based game, but don't let the turn-based section of it get you turned off in the game. It's got an incredibly deep combat system. There's 58 different subclasses you can choose from. You can buy console. I do find Balatro. This game is addicting. If you're a fan of zombie survival style, I turned myself out of this style game. Also on phones, so if you just prefer it being mobile, it's also there as well. It's a roguelike poker game. You don't need to know poker to play this, though. I don't know how to play poker, and I do fine with this. It has a little, you can run your hand over the run info to get information on your hand, but you'll learn the rules really quickly. It's a roguelike. You get different buffs, the Joker cards, the power you're leveling up, and you're always trying to beat the score that you need to get, and you do so by getting all these different cards. It's a randomized run every single time, and it's got some great music, but it's just overwhelmingly positive for a good reason. It's only 10% off, but hey, this is a fantastic game, and I highly recommend checking it out. Now, Baldur's Gate 3, one of the absolute best games of all time, just passed 1,000 hours on PC and close to 1,000 on console. Generational game. As I was saying with Elden Ring, this is another game that is near perfect, overwhelmingly positive for such a good reason. Now, it's based on Dungeons and Dragons. If you're watching my channel, you probably watched my Baldur's Gate 3 videos before, but it's a perfect game. I don't know anything about D&D, and I had an incredible time, and I learned so much about D&D playing this game. It's got a lot of layers to it. It's a turn-based game, but don't let the turn-based section of it get you turned off in the game. It's got an incredibly deep combat system. There's 58 different subclasses you can choose from.
Doesn't it look wonderful? At least it does from the satellite. If only we could trade places for a few minutes. I'd jump right in. You could ford the river if you don't mind getting a bit of water inside your vehicle. Of course, the shipping caravans would need a bridge, be it concrete or wooden. You're not starved for options.
Combine them together. There's so much to enjoy with Baldur's Gate 3. It's a near perfect game. If you're curious about more, I have so many Baldur's Gate 3 videos on my channel. So yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, perfect game. This Stardew Valley. So Stardew Valley, you inherit your grandfather's old farm plot. This is for fans. If you've played Harvest Moon or Animal Crossing or any other cozy sim style games, this is another great one. I'm sure everyone's played Stardew Valley at this point, but if you haven't and you think this cozy looking game is something you may be interested in, I highly recommend downloading it. There's also quite a few mods for Stardew Valley, and yeah, it's a fantastic game. You can make your farm how you want it, and just a great overall chill game. It's another game that's overwhelmingly positive for good reason. It's 50% off as well, pretty solid sale. Next is another Crab's Treasure. This is on 40% off. This is made by RoadCraft. I love this game personally. I played it through it and played through it again. I really enjoyed it. It's a Souls-like game, but it's not that hard. And if you ever get stuck on a boss, you can always one-shot them if you can get a huge gun and shoot them. You're a little crab. It's got kind of SpongeBob kind of humor, but it's also got some adult humor. They use different words in replacement of curse words that I think is really funny. It's a beautiful world too. I think I really did enjoy this game a lot. Playing through it twice. I might even go play through it a third time. Yeah, it's a great Souls-like game. If you're a fan of Dark Souls and you think that this looks pretty funny, I'd highly recommend checking it out. I think the art style also is really cool, seeing you're under the sea. Next up, Claire Obscura Expedition 33 is on sale, only 10% off here, but it's worth it. It's totally worth it. Expedition 33, overwhelmingly positive, and again, for a good reason. What's great about Expedition 33 is it makes turn-based combat extremely enjoyable. We have voice actors like Charlie Cox, Daredevil in this, voicing Gustav there. The combat itself is engaging for a turn-based game because you have prompts, kind of similar to if you've ever played Paper Mario. So you have a bunch of different skills, you got your attacks, you got everything related to a turn-based game, but you have to do button prompts to dodge attacks and also do button prompts to be able to do your attacks. So it keeps it engaging. This game is an absolute blast, and if you haven't played it yet, go play it. It's a new game. It just came out a month and a bit ago, 2 months ago now. Perfection. Highly recommend Expedition 33. I got a bunch of videos on my channel if you want to see some more. Also, Hades 2 Early Access, which the Unseen update just came out. This one's only 10% off, but yeah, it's really well done. The full release is coming later this year, so yeah, if you're a fan of the original Hades, or if you just like roguelike games, this is the peak roguelike game. I really enjoyed this and Hades 1, but this will be coming to a full launch here soon, so this is possibly the best time to get it. Highly recommend Hades 2 and Hades 1. This is on sale, 66% off. If you're a fan of the original Hades, or if you just like roguelike games, this is the peak roguelike game. I really enjoyed this and Hades 1, but this will be coming to a full launch here soon, so this is possibly the best time to get it. Highly recommend Hades 2 and Hades 1. This is on sale, 66% off. Huge sale as well, similar to Hades 1. Basically, you go through the underworld, you get different boons from the different Greek gods. They give you power-ups, you can combine them together with different power-ups. Every single run that you do is going to be different, and the combat for this game is just really well done. It is a fast-paced game, lots of dodging, and if you like Dark Souls, it's another good, not a Souls-like game, but it's a roguelike. They're hard. Highly recommend it. And next we got The Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt. I'm just going to mention this game if you've never played The Witcher 3. You got it. This is like one of the games that I mentioned earlier, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk. We'll be talking about these games for a while to come. The Witcher even has a TV show. This has an incredible DLC as well, but this game is 80% off, so if you've never played it, you now have no excuse not to, because it's literally like $10 less if you're American. This is a really good game. It's an action RPG, third person. Your dialogue and your choices do matter. I could go on and on about The Witcher 3, but it's been around for 10 years now. It's peak gaming. Highly recommend it. Great story. And next up, we got Hollow Knight. This is another game that is overwhelmingly positive and for good reason. 50% off sale. Hollow Knight's Silk Song will be coming out later this year. People have been waiting for it forever. This is a Metroidvania style game, so it's a bunch of ever-turning maps that you can go around. It's 2D as well. It's got a lot of depth for a 2D game, though. You can see here just an example of the maps. You can get different abilities here to power yourself up. The combat's pretty Souls-like, but it's a fun style game. The art setting is also, the setting and the art style are also really good. This is another game I recommend if you like 2D platformer style games alongside difficult combat. And next up, Persona 3 Reload. I'm a huge fan of Persona 3. It's a great game. If you've played the Persona games before, you know what you're getting yourself into, but if you haven't, it's kind of weird to explain, but you play as like a high school student, but you, in the evening time, go about and fight crime. Persona 5 is about fighting the evil desires of people. This one, you go into like a big dungeon at the nighttime, you fight and sit with your classmates there. It's got anime cutscenes in it. It's got a pretty deep story. The characters are all compelling. It's kind of got a Pokemon style setting or combat where you get different personas, which are like Pokemon basically. You can power them up and combine them together. There's a deep character system in it. Lots of different areas to explore on the map. I think Persona 3 Reload was a really good remake of Persona 3, and Persona 4 remake will be coming out at some point next year. Next up is Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition. This is on for 40% off. I think this is the lowest we've seen it go. If you know nothing about Horizon, it's like a future world where a bunch of animals are made robots. I don't want to get into any spoilers, but this is the much requested sequel. It runs great on PC too. Very positive ratings for a good reason. It's a beautiful game, and I think if you got a really strong PC, this is worth trying. Even if you don't got a strong PC, I like the first game better, but this isn't a bad game. It's just the magic of the first game kind of goes away after you know the story a bit, but it's still a very fun game, and great if you like Zelda Breath of the Wild or any type of bow and arrow attacking games. This is a good one. I recommend it. Great graphics. Another game that was a PlayStation exclusive and is now on console or now on PC is Final Fantasy 16. It's on sale 35% off. Now, Final Fantasy 16 is more like a Souls-like. It's not really Souls-like, but action RPG. It's not turn-based combat. The boss fights are pretty fun. The combat sometimes is a little bit drags on, but you get to turn into these big beasts like the Ifrit there. Yeah, the combat in this game is really fun, especially against bosses, and some of the boss fights are literally feeling like movies, so It's a fun game. If you like the Final Fantasy type settings, it's good. I prefer Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but of the recent Final Fantasy games, but this one's still really well done. Great boss fights. Next up is Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. This actually just came to PC last summer in June. This is another game by the makers of Persona, where you can see here the different characters, they have different skills. These are your persona, they're not called personas in this game, they're monsters. You fight alongside 3 of them and yourself, and you can power them up, give them different abilities, combine them together. If you're a fan of Pokemon, this is, again, it's a game kind of like an adult version of Pokemon. There's Alice, like Alice in Wonderland. It's cool. You can talk to the different demons and convince them to join your side and fight with you. The story itself feels like a fever dream, but that's fine. I think the gameplay itself is really good, and it's worth checking out if you enjoy turn-based Pokemon-style games. It's got a pretty adult storyline to it, though, and it's 50% off. Pretty good deal. Metaphor Refantasio, also on sale, but yeah, I want to recommend these other 2 ones because they're on a deeper discount. Also, Revenge of the Savage Planet. I'm featuring this as 50% off. It literally came out earlier this month, or I guess last month. This is also a Game Pass, so your Game Pass PC, it's on there as well. But this game it's an interesting game that you play with multiplayer friends. It's kind of like if you play No Man's Sky, somewhat similar to that. You're like landing on a strange planet, you got to rebuild your ship, and you get a bunch of different items from the ground. You kill things, you get different resources, and then use those to make different traversal, different weapons, different things like that. Pretty fun game overall, and definitely cool to see a game get 50% off this late or early off after its launch. Next up is Liza P. This is 50% off sale. I just played through the DLC, which just came out. This is a Souls-like game. If you played Bloodborne, this is the closest thing that we got to Bloodborne. With Liza P, it's got a great story to it. It's about Pinocchio, but really well done. It retells the story in an interesting way. It's dark, and that's what makes it cool. The world itself is really cool. You got Crot. The DLC just came out, really expanded on a lot of the stuff that was from the base game. This is a game I've played through 3 times, and I still look forward to playing through it again. So the DLC was also very well done, and if you're a fan of Baldur's Gate 3, 2 voice actors from Baldur's Gate 3 were in the DLC. So yeah, highly recommend Liza P. Next up is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. This is a great game for those that enjoy CRPGs, or if you like Warhammer, because it's got a huge game. It's 130 hours long, 10 unique companions, depending if you're evil or good. There's also a bunch of different enemy types to overcome. Yeah. It's a turn-based game. You move around a board, kind of like a chessboard. You have different weapons you can shoot with, different classes. You can power up your teammates. You have different skills you can utilize. It's a fun game. If you enjoy CRPGs, this is a great one. And if you enjoy Baldur's Gate 3, this is a futuristic version of it. Also on sale is the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, so if you like the Owlcat games, Wrath of the Righteous is on sale as well, and all their DLCs are also on sale. And next up is the Elder Scrolls Online. The reason I'm covering this is because they just added multi-classing to the game, so you can now play as 2 classes in one. I love when games do things like that, and I just gotta highlight this, 75% off. Elder Scrolls Online, it's not for everyone. It's an MMORPG. It's similar to the Skyrim, Oblivions, Morrowinds that come before it. If you love the lore of Elder Scrolls, you'll probably enjoy this game. A bunch of different classes. You can be tanky, you can be a healer, you can be a damage dealer. Multi-classing really open things up. But yeah, on sale, 75% off. It's a pretty good deal. And next up, another CRPG is Divinity Original Sin 2. Overwhelmingly positive again, for good reason. This is a game made by Larian Studios, who made Baldur's Gate 3. CRPGs, if you love them, this is one of the best in business. If Baldur's Gate 3 didn't exist, this would be the best, but they outdone themselves with that. What's great about this game is so many different ways to play it. You can play elemental focus, melee focus, range focus. You get to build your classes and characters out how you want. The story itself is very well done. The soundtrack is incredible. This is a great game if you enjoy, again, CRPG, click and do it combat style games. There's also lots of mods where you can do WASD movement, lots of things like that. It's a classic for a reason. This is a very well done game, and I played it on console, played it on PC. So if you prefer playing on like with a controller, you can play it on Steam Deck, no problem, things like that. So yeah, it's also available on iPad, which I think is kind of funny, but besides the fact. And next up is Slay the Princess, the Pristine Cut. Please don't slay the princess. You're here to slay the princess. Don't believe her lies. This game caught me by surprise. This is not my normal game. It's a visual novel, but it's peak. So your goal, kill the princess. that's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? So it has great voice acting, an incredible story. There's a narrator that tries to get you to kill the princess, and the princess who tries to get you to not do that. And the story goes insane. It blew my mind. I can't even get into how crazy this story is. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, it makes you question your own sanity sometimes. You're a monster. But yeah, you get to choose your dialogue, and then from there, the story takes a drastic turn depending on where you go with it. This made me think about a lot of deep things in life, so yeah, crazy good game. So highly recommend the overwhelmingly positive Slay the Princess, Slay the Princess. And 50% off Tabletop Simulator. This game is really cool. It has a lot of mods. This is one of the highest modded games. Basically, you can do anything else. It's you can create tabletop games. Basically, anything you can think of, there's a version of it in here. There's puzzles, there's Google on an iPad, there's golf, there's D&D, there's cards. Any game you can think of, there's probably in here. And it runs really well. It's overwhelmingly positive for a good reason. There's also some different DLCs that are all on sale too, but there's plenty of mods to make this game a lot of fun. This is great too with your friends. If you've got multiple friends you want to play this with, you buy them all a copy and then make whatever games you want to play on here. And finally, No Man's Sky. This is on for 60% off. This is another game that really picked itself up after a poor launch, after like Cyberpunk 2077. So this game, procedurally generated, it's infinite worlds that you can explore, and they're actually pretty fun. There's also sandbox modes. They put out updates all the time for this game, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to recommend this game, because they've constantly added more and more and more to this game. There's actually nothing like No Man's Sky that does what it does perfectly. Starfield tried, but failed. You can explore a planet, fly off into another planet, land, and see the whole different life on that planet. And the thing is, there's no loading screens. It's just boop, boop, you can go travel. Unlike some other games which kind of promised a similar experience and didn't deliver that. But you can see here, lots of great scenes and different worlds in this game. No Man's Sky is an incredible game, and I highly recommend it. If you think space travel and different worlds that are procedurally generated sound cool, highly recommend trying out No Man's Sky. So that was the best 25 games of the Steam Summer Sale. Let me know your favorites in the comments. Hit the subscribe button below if you haven't already. And let me know if you've downloaded or purchased any of these games, and I'll give you
What's up, friends? Welcome back to the channel. I want to kick off this review by jumping back in time, so buckle up while I fire up this time machine and take us back to one of the greatest chapters in gaming, the PlayStation 2 era. Part of what made the PS2 so special, at least for me, were all the iconic mascot platformers that came out of it. Games like Ratchet & Clank, Jak and Daxter, and my personal favorite, Sly Cooper. These games mix action, platforming, and semi-open worlds full of humor and personality. I absolutely loved them, but the one thing most of them lacked was co-op. Revenge of the Savage Planet feels like it's straight out of that era, with its colorful worlds, goofy humor, and laid-back third-person gameplay. And the best part is, this one actually supports both online and local two-player co-op. So snapping back to the present, does Revenge of the Savage Planet stand alongside the greats, or is it one best left in the past? Let's find out.
Watch out with that sludge is
Wait,
bad.
look at this little guy here. It's a Bazingas. Have you already got this guy?
Oh no, I haven't.
Like a
God,
tiny
he's so
gray alien,
cute.
but more of white than gray. That's awesome.
Bazingas. He's so
I'm
cute.
gonna run it
I
over.
love him. Oh my god. Boy, he just pops and there's so much pus inside.
I
Oh,
didn't mean to
no.
run it over, even though I said I was gonna run it over.
I swear I did it. Unarguably, the coolest part of Revenge of the Savage Planet is that it's a semi-open world that somehow supports not just online two-player co-op, but local two-player co-op too for both PS5 and Xbox Series consoles and PC. On top of that couch co-op, it also is fully cross-play when online. That freedom of choice in 2025 is basically unheard of. Playing online was super easy for us. Gabe just sent me a Steam invite after selecting online co-op in the menu, and we were in. The catch is that since it's hosted on his save, I couldn't access the world solo. We'd always need to return together. It would have been nice to make progress on my own time in a shared world, but hey, we'll take what we can get. That said, second player agency is fantastic. Anything Gabe could do as host, I could do too. Even better, the upgrade path is shared, so when I hop back into his world, my character was exactly how I left him. Now, full transparency, we played online, so I can't speak to how it runs in local split-screen co-op. We did run into a few bugs, and I experienced some rubber banding as the second player. That's where your character bounces back and forth a bit before the action catches up. It wasn't game-breaking, and to be fair, this isn't a high-precision platformer or twitchy shooter. It's a pretty laid-back game, but it happened off.
Revenge of the Savage Planet is the follow-up to 2020's Journey to the Savage Planet, a game that stood out for being strange, funny, and refreshingly unpolished. That first game came from Typhoon Studios, a small team that got swallowed up by Google and the Stadia project not long after. Stadia shut down, but the developers didn't disappear. They regrouped as Raccoon Money and got back to doing what they do best. This sequel builds on everything that worked in the original while fixing a bunch of things that didn't. It's louder, weirder, and a lot more focused. The first game had charm but lacked basic features like the map and collectible tracker, which made finishing it feel like a guessing game. That's fixed now. Revenge of the Savage Planet gives you a clear, detailed map, progress markers, and a way to track what you found. It's a small thing that changes how
Hey, is it just me? Or is there a way through that crumbled wall? I don't think anybody would mind if we used it as a little shortcut, would they? Then again, even if the ingrates would, we'll be long gone by the time they notice.
Maybe a splash of water or a zap of electricity. Some areas demand careful thinking, not just brute force. That mix of dumb humor and actual realism makes it easy to keep going. Creatures have names that feel like bad words on purpose, and it fits the tone. Even the more dangerous stuff, like the upgraded cyber enemies, still come off as ridiculous. Later game fights throw more chaos into the mix with lasers and shields, but the game keeps the different.
Summer is officially here, and like clockwork, Steam entices us with massive deals on games always wanted to play. My name is Kodiak, this is Legacy Gaming, and here are 15 games at historically low prices that you'll want to check out during the Steam Summer Sale. Against the Storm is a dark fantasy city builder with a roguelike twist, and if you haven't checked it out yet, you're missing out on one of my favorite, most addictive strategy games ever. Take on the role of the Queen's Viceroy, rebuilding settlements in a storm-ravaged world. But here's the hook. Every settlement is temporary, part of a loop that feeds into long-term progression in the smoldering city. Each biome throws new challenges your way, and with multiple species such as humans, beavers, lizards, and more, you'll have to manage decisions for a diverse group of villagers, all with different needs and strengths. Beavers crush wood cutting, lizards thrive with meat, heat, and humans can farm or brew anything. You'll juggle reputation, resolve, and resource chains like pottery, flour, and wine, all while dealing with the looming threat of the Lightstorm. Blueprints and cornerstones inject variety into each mission, forcing you to adapt your strategy or suffer the wrath of the Queen. With layered systems, evolving difficulty, and endless replayability, Against the Storm is a strategic powerhouse that's tough to put down. Atomic Heart is a wild alternate history shooter that throws you into a twisted Soviet utopia gone horribly wrong. You play as Major P3, a mentally unstable KGB agent sent to Facility 3826, where rogue AI and mutant science experiments are running rampant. It's part Bioshock, part Doom, part Fever Dream, all wrapped in a sleek, retro-futuristic aesthetic. Gameplay is a high-octane blend of gunplay, melee combat, and abilities powered by your experimental polymer glove. You'll freeze enemies, electrify them, or lift them into the air for brutal finishers, all while swapping between ballistic weapons, energy rifles, and modifiable melee gear. Resource gathering and crafting are core to survival, with upgrade stations letting you enhance weapons and glove powers in real time. Exploration is semi-open world with puzzle-filled labs, creepy underground bunkers, and bizarre encounters waiting around every corner. Atomic Heart is chaotic, stylish, and unapologetically weird in the best way possible. Check out our full review if you want to learn more about this game. Children of Morta is a story-driven action roguelike that centers around the Bergson family, guardians of Mount Morta, each with their own unique combat style and abilities. From the sword and shield tanking of John to the rapid-fire bow attacks of Linda, every family member brings something different to the fight, and unlocking them adds layers of strategy to each dungeon run. Gameplay is a mix of procedurally generated dungeon crawling and persistent progression. Even when you die, you return home with experience gold, and your story progress intact. You'll upgrade stats, craft runes, and enhance abilities through the family's workshop and divine graces. Combat is fast, fluid, and packed with flashy abilities such as summoning wolves, dropping firewalls, or cleaving through mobs with giant hammers. The game balances hack-and-slash chaos with heartfelt storytelling pulled through gorgeous pixel art and narration that evolves after every run. Children of Morta is emotional, engaging, and a must-play for roguelike fans. Chivalry 2 is medieval mayhem at its absolute finest, a first-person, team-based brawler that drops you into massive 64-player battles where chaos reigns and skill decides your fate. Whether you're storming castle gates, defending noble lords, or just hurling chickens for fun, every match is a brutal, cinematic experience. Combat is skill-based and surprisingly deep. You'll master directional slashes, overhead stabs and feints, while also blocking, parrying, and kicking to break defenses. Choose from 4 distinct classes: Knight, Vanguard, Footman, and Archer, each with unique weapons, abilities, and playstyles. Want to wield a massive two-hander and cleave through enemies? Go Vanguard. Prefer healing teammates or poking with polearms? Footman's your pick. Objectives range from battering down castle doors, pushing siege weapons, or assassinating key NPCs, and no two battles ever play the same. With a mix of skill, strategy, and raw carnage, Chivalry 2 delivers medieval warfare like nothing else. Crypt of the Necrodancer is a rhythm-based roguelike that turns dungeon crawling into a pulse-pounding dance of death. You play as Cadence, battling through procedurally generated floors filled with monsters, traps, and treasures, all while moving and attacking to the beat of an epic chiptune soundtrack. Every action, whether it's swinging a sword, dodging an enemy, or opening a chest, has to be timed perfectly to the music. Miss a beat and you lose your combo and your edge, but when you lock into the rhythm, the flow is electric. Combat feels strategic yet fast, as each enemy has its own movement pattern you'll need to learn and exploit. There's deep roguelike progression with multiple characters, each offering unique mechanics from Bard's freeform movement to Bolt's double-speed chaos. You'll unlock new gear, discover hidden shops, and experiment with builds as you fight your way to the Necrodancer himself. It's weird, it's wild, and it's an absolute blast. Cyberpunk 2077 is a sprawling open-world RPG set in the neon-soaked streets of Night City, where you play as V, a mercenary caught in a high-stakes fight for survival after a job gone wrong leaves you haunted by the digital ghost of rocker-turned-revolutionary Johnny Silverhand. The game lets you fully customize your character, appearance, backstory, skills, and cyberware, and play how you want, whether that's guns blazing, stealthy net running, or hacking enemies into submission from afar. Combat is tight and customizable with smart weapons, mantis blades, mono wires, and hacking tools, letting you create your own playstyle. Perk trees unlock new abilities across stealth, reflexes, tech, and more, and cyberware implants provide powerful gameplay bonuses. The world itself is dense and reactive, packed with side gigs, dynamic events, and branching dialogue that actually changes outcomes. With deep narrative design, multiple endings, and full first-person immersion, Cyberpunk 2077 is a chaotic, choice-driven RPG, and at this point, a household name. Far Cry 5 drops you into the heart of Hope County, Montana, a beautiful rural landscape torn apart by a fanatical doomsday cult known as Escape. You play as a rookie deputy tasked with taking down the cult's leader, Joseph Seed, and his twisted siblings, each controlling a different region of the map. The game is pure open-world chaos packed with explosive encounters, over-the-top action, and complete freedom in how you tackle missions. Gameplay is classic Far Cry with a twist: no more radio towers or forced story progression. Instead, you earn resistance points by liberating outposts, rescuing civilians, and completing story missions, unlocking boss fights organically. There's a full arsenal of customizable weapons, vehicles, and companions, yes, including a bear named Cheeseburger. Whether you're going stealth with a bow, flying a plane into enemy convoys, or fishing for a break from the madness, Far Cry 5 is loud, wild, and endlessly fun. Jurassic World Evolution 2 takes the park management formula to the next level, letting you build the ultimate dinosaur sanctuary or disaster zone across multiple biomes and dynamic environments. As the leader of your own Jurassic operation, you'll manage everything: power grids, staff facilities, to dino welfare and guest satisfaction. The game introduces new mechanics like territory-based behaviors, expanded scientist management, and dynamic environmental needs. You'll house over 75 prehistoric species, including flying reptiles and marine life, each with unique requirements and AI-driven behaviors that react to the world around them. Challenges like breakouts, storms, and sabotage are constant threats, keeping you on your toes at all times. There's also a full campaign mode with familiar Jurassic franchise characters, plus Chaos Theory mode, which reimagines key moments from the films. With deep customization, improved building tools, and a constant tug-of-war between science, entertainment, and safety, Jurassic World Evolution 2 is the ultimate park sim for dino fans and strategy lovers alike. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is a narrative-driven, third-person action game that puts you in the jet boots of Star-Lord as you lead the ragtag team of misfits through a galaxy-spanning adventure. You're not switching between characters here. Combat and exploration are all handled through Peter Quill, but you command the Guardians in real time, chaining together team abilities for massive combo damage. Combat is fast and flashy with elemental blasters, jet-assisted dodging, and squad-based tactics all playing a role. You'll unlock new Guardian abilities, upgrade your gear, and use the huddle mechanic mid-fight to rally the team for buffs and cooldown resets. Between missions, you'll explore the Milano, make dialogue choices that affect relationships and outcomes, and dive into a surprisingly heartfelt story packed with humor, lore, and epic cosmic weirdness. With 0 microtransactions and a full single-player experience, Guardians of the Galaxy is a tight, character-driven game that surprisingly delivers. Check out our full review if you want to learn more about this game. Mass Effect Legendary Edition is the ultimate way to experience Commander Shepard's epic journey through the galaxy. This remastered collection bundles Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 with all the DLC, enhanced graphics, and smoother mechanics. Whether you're a newcomer or a veteran, this edition refines the gameplay, making every entry feel more cohesive. Combat in Mass Effect 1 is now more fluid with overhauled shooting mechanics and better squad control. Mass Effect 2 fine-tunes the action with improved cover systems and a more tactical approach, while Mass Effect 3 refines everything to near perfection. The interplay between squad mates, class abilities, and tactical combat remains a standout feature. The story, spanning 3 games, is a masterpiece of choice-driven narrative where every decision, whether saving a species or destroying an ally, has lasting consequences. With stunning visuals, refined combat, and an unforgettable cast, Mass Effect Legendary Edition is the definitive RPG experience. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown brings the legendary platform into the modern era with a fresh story, refined mechanics, and stunning visuals. Set in a mythical Persian world, you play as the prince, navigating a sprawling kingdom filled with perilous traps, deadly enemies, and ancient mysteries. The game leans heavily on acrobatic platforming, wall running, double jumping, and fluid parkour are core elements of movement as you explore massive interconnected environments. Combat is fast-paced and strategic, blending light and heavy attacks with fluid dodges and counters. You'll unlock some powerful abilities, including time-manipulating skills that allow you to freeze or slow enemies and obstacles. These powers open up creative ways to both fight and navigate the world. The narrative focuses on the prince's quest to stop a dark force threatening his world, with branching choices and interactions that affect the journey. With modern graphics and tight gameplay, The Lost Crown is a thrilling game that I highly recommend you check out. You can also check out our full review if you want to learn more about this game. Riders Republic is the ultimate extreme sports playground, throwing you into a massive open world where you can shred, soar, and race across some of the most iconic national parks in the U.S. Whether you're biking, snowboarding, skiing, wingsuiting, or even base jumping, this game lets you dive into adrenaline-fueled action with a focus on over-the-top stunts and high-speed races. The game is packed with various multiplayer modes, including massive chaotic races with up to 50 players. There are also events like trick competitions, downhill races, and freestyle jam sessions where you can showcase your skills. You'll unlock and customize gear as you level up, improving everything from your board to your suit. What sets Riders Republic apart is its seamless shared world where you can instantly jump into events with friends or random players, making every session feel alive and unpredictable. It's a wild, fun, and visually stunning ride that's perfect for thrill seekers. Star Wars Battlefront 2 is a massive action-packed shooter that lets you live out your Star Wars fantasies, and it's currently seeing a huge resurgence. Whether you're fighting as a soldier on the front lines or taking control of a legendary character like Darth Vader, Rey, or Yoda, this game delivers epic moments at every turn. The gameplay features large-scale 40-player battles across multiple eras, prequel, classic, and sequel, with distinct factions such as Republic, Empire, Resistance, and Separatists. You'll engage in both ground combat and intense dogfights in space, each with unique mechanics. The heroes and villains bring their own set of abilities, turning the tide of battle with lightsaber duels or force powers. Progression is deep enough with customizable loadouts, star cards for abilities, and unlockable content in the gameplay. The game also offers diverse modes including Galactic Assault, Heroes vs. Villains, and if you're into it, Starfighter Assault. With its dynamic combat and gorgeous visuals, Battlefront 2 is the ultimate Star Wars battlefield experience. The Outer Worlds Spacer's Choice Edition brings the critically acclaimed RPG to the next level with enhanced visuals and improved performance. Set in a retro-futuristic, somewhat dystopian universe, you play as a customizable character who wakes up from cryosleep to find themselves in the middle of a corporate-run colony on the brink of collapse. The game mixes dark humor, witty dialogue, and moral choices in an open-ended world filled with danger and intrigue. Gameplay is centered around exploration, combat, and decision-making. You can engage in real-time first-person combat using a variety of weapons, including pistols, rifles, and melee gear, each customizable with mods and upgrades. Tactical time dilation lets you slow down time with combat force strategic advantages, giving you the upper hand in battles. With branching storylines, companion interactions, and a sequel right around the corner, it is the perfect time to check out The Outer Worlds Spacer's Choice Edition. V-Rising is a vampire survival action RPG that mixes base building, combat, and exploration in a dark gothic world. You play as a newly awakened vampire risen from the ashes to reclaim your power and dominate the land. The game's unique blend of top-down action and survival mechanics gives it a fresh twist within a relatively popular genre. Exploration is key as you venture through a vast open world filled with hostile creatures, rival vampires, and ancient ruins. Combat is fast-paced and tactical, with players using a mix of melee, ranged, and powers to overcome enemies, some of which are your fellow vampires. As you kill V-Blood bosses, you'll unlock a wide array of powers and progression items, all pushing you towards the ultimate challenge, face off with Dracula. The survival elements shine through as you build an elaborate base, gather resources, and manage blood to maintain your strength. V-Rising offers both solo and multiplayer modes, allowing you to hunt and dominate as part of a small clan, or go it alone. It's a gripping, atmospheric adventure full of danger, strategy, and dark fantasy. So there you have it, 15 of the best deals you can pick up during the Steam Summer Sale. As always, if you appreciate the work that goes into making this video,
Very cool. Cool. The Precinct. This looks like an old school GTA game, but it's entirely the opposite. He will become a policeman and will have to catch all the criminals that misbehave in your city. The action is set in the past. The year is 1983, and the technologies are accordingly old. That is cool. I like when they go full on the details. So here you'll dive into a world of thrilling car chases, sandbox crimes, and a healthy dose of noir as you protect the city and solve the mystery of your father's murder in the line of duty. Developers say that this is a love letter to a classic cop movies, you know, like Lethal Weapon for example. And just like in GTA games, the Precinct combines police sim with sandbox experience. Patrol the streets and respond to callouts to fight criminals. It doesn't matter petty or powerful. Choose your own tactics in chases and shootouts and feel the shifting power struggles of town gangs. I don't know, this may be a gem you were looking for, or at least a nice polished rock. Rain World. Here you are a slug cat. The world around you is full of danger and you must face it alone. Separated from your family in a devastating flood, you must hunt for food and shelter between terrifying torrential flows that threaten to drown all life. So you dream about being not a slug cat but a fish cat instead, but here your dreams, just like in real life, never become a reality. You will climb through the ruins of an ancient civilization, evade the jaws of vicious predators, and discover lands teeming with strange creatures and buried mysteries. And of course, find your family before death finds you. And it would be all nice and all, but I can see a Souls-like among the tags of the game. So be assured, we absolutely 100% warranty that death will find you. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not... well, you know what I mean. People on Steam are talking that Rain World has a very steep learning curve, but once you've mastered it, you start to feel unstoppable. Also, about 90% of positive review score is not a joke. The Pale Beyond. You never wanted to lead this expedition, but here you are, stuck on and in the ice. Your captain is missing and you are stranded miles from civilization. Someone has to take charge, and that is you, unfortunately. Because, you know, knowing you now, everyone is certainly doomed. You will have to manage your resources, balance safety and morale, make the hard calls, and head in the only direction you can, through the Pale Beyond. Keeping your crew and your dogs safe, fed and warm during the expedition is mandatory. You know, surviving on the ice will matter little in the face of a mutiny. Every vote will count, so keep the crew, at least the majority of it, on your side. Or you will hang and someone else will take the lead, but that won't be your story anymore. This is a wonderful, story-rich game. I can recommend it for everyone who likes games like that without a doubt. Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. If you ever wanted to know who would win the battle between an army of armored ducks or one Chuck Norris, or between an angry Tyrannosaurus and John Wick, it is your game. Even if the main game lacks some heroes, mods have it all. 10,000 Obamas versus the same amount of ostriches? Sure. A Jedi versus 7 Jesuses? Of course, make it happen. Also keep in mind that the technology here lets you generate hundreds of thousands of units at the same time, without frying your PC, and the requirements are not super high as well, so the game has it all, but that's kinda it. You will be entertained for a day, maybe 2. Although I can say from my own experience, it will immerse you for hours, and your will must be legendary to just stage one epic battle, watch it and go back to work. This ain't gonna happen, so be sure you have plenty of free time before installing. Devilated. As developers say, this is a bastard child of an old-school shooter and action RPGs, after snorting a line of raw, uncut hyper-violence. You'll shoot, slice and strike your way through a mysterious labyrinth, overflowing with bloodthirsty monsters out to tear you apart. You will unleash your style and savagery with a combo meter keeping score. Use the bodies of your enemies as living shields and then devour them for health. Slow down time to land every shot, or to simply appreciate gory poetry in motion, and equip a wide arsenal of everything from blades to rocket launchers to let the world know that you will crush any opposition or position. Yeah, you don't care. All you want is blood, destruction, and potato salad. Ghost lore. So here you'll fight supernatural monsters from Southeast Asian folklore. As developers say, it is inspired by timeless classic action RPGs such as Diablo 2 and Titan Quest. Ghost lore features detailed item and character customization systems, procedurally generated maps, and 90s retro graphics. So here you'll have to slay over 40 different kinds of enemies, each with their skills and tactics. Also, Ghost lore allows you to mix and match abilities from 3 out of 6 character classes to create your own unique unique hero. People are saying that the game is like classic Diablo, but Asian. And that is cool, something really refreshing. Solar Ash. Some of you may know the game named Hyper Light Drifter, so Solar Ash is another game from these creators. Here you lose yourself in a high-speed, gravity-bending world. Set in a surreal dreamscape filled with long-abandoned ruins of mysterious civilizations, you will take the role of a Void Runner, determined to stop at nothing to save your planet. You will fight through hordes of creepy creatures, grind rails, and grapple to wild heights in attempts to take down enormous bosses. People on Steam are saying that this is a fantastic platformer with unique gameplay and easy-to-learn mechanics. Very positive review score confirms that with ease. High on Life. Here you and a team of charismatic talking guns must answer the hero's call. You will become the deadliest intergalactic bounty hunter the cosmos have ever seen. Game may look like it's oriented to a younger audience, but it's actually the opposite. Drugs, sex, cursing and gore is the very foundation of this game. So here you'll travel to a variety of biomes and locations across the cosmos. Go up against the nefarious evil boss and his gang of goons, collect loot and meet unique characters. You will navigate dynamic and changing worlds that range from a jungle paradise to a city built inside an asteroid. Complete hunter challenges, meet weird, fun and hilarious characters, collect an array of alien technology, and so on. People on Steam are saying that the game is very fun, but a bit too short for its price. It's only about 8 hours long. Luckily the price now is cut in half, and the game is worth every cent you have. Espresso Tycoon. Here you will build a coffee shop of your dreams, where your customers can relax and drink delicious coffee. And you will feel like a real cafe owner, an empire builder, and create the whole strategy for your success. I always like games like that because they teach us how business works. What do you need to start one in real life, what are the dangers, the downsides, and so on. When you play games like that, you don't have to deal with real people, so you get all the benefits and no pressure. Also, no real money. Oh well. So here you'll spend your time decorating, hiring and managing employees, taking care of the supply chain, analyzing the budget, and advertising your coffee shop. The latter is the most important thing, at least in real life, because even the best product won't sell if nobody knows that it is the best. An enormous portion of every business should be allocated to advertising if you want to succeed. I spent 15 years in advertising agencies, so I saw the numbers, believe me. Anyway, the game has very positive reviews, and if you like tycoons like that, you will definitely have a great time managing your own coffee shop. In Other Waters. This is one of the coolest indie games I have stumbled on recently. Story begins when Ellery is called to the planet Gliese, only to arrive at an abandoned base. She finds herself adrift in an ocean of secrets with little more than a malfunctioning diving suit and a strange AI to guide her. And you play not as an Ellery, as you already assumed, but as this AI. How the turns have tabled, huh? So you have to guide Ellery and keep her safe as you dive deeper and explore an underwater alien.
I know you're not exactly holding your breath to hear this, but we have a shiny new transformer sitting at the Steel Beams facility. It's just waiting to be installed at the substation near the collapsed power line. Oh, and while you're at it, bring a container of materials with you. They'll come in handy soon enough. Always do.
alien landscape. The planet's unique life and its dark history are yours to uncover, and the bond between you and Ellery will be tested by the secrets you learn. People are talking that this game floats somewhere between an art project, a work of fiction, and an experiment in minimalist UI design. I absolutely agree, and I will add the fact that this game is awesome, and if you like stuff like that, you should definitely try it out. Time Warpers. This is a first-person action-adventure clicker. You may call it an incremental game. There's always a fun upgrade to look forward to, and the numbers keep getting bigger. You will collect gold, upgrade your weapons and teammates, and even join up with other players in the world as you defeat the enemies and get stronger. If you're wondering what this game is really about, you can play the previous title called The Time Warpers on Steam for free. People on Steam are saying that the game is very addicting, but also mindless, suitable very well for passing boring periods of your life.
So, you mean every minute I live, yeah?
Oh, come on, get a hobby. Rise, Son of Rome. Another game with a ridiculous price tag. Rise looks like God of War, Shadow of War, and Assassin's Creed smashed together, and that is never a bad thing. Here you'll take on a role of a Roman soldier who joins the army to avenge the slaying of your family, and then become a hero who must fight to save the Roman Empire itself. Well, we all know that the Roman Empire is no more, so spoilers, you failed, but in the end it doesn't really matter what you did or didn't. All it matters that you had fun by killing hundreds of enemies and did that in satisfying manner. People on Steam are talking that Rise, Son of Rome is really nice. The game is short, sweet, and enjoyable. A very positive review score left by tens of thousands of buyers can confirm that with ease. The Forest Quartet. This is a puzzle adventure about a gone but not forgotten lead singer. You will play as a spirit and travel around the inner worlds unique to the members of your band for a final concert. Face their emotions, solve puzzles, and fight the corruption plaguing their souls. To be honest, this is a very odd concept. Why all of the band members, including you, are dead? Some terrorist attack? Car crash? Drugs? Pineapple in their potato salad? We will never know. Well, that is not true. I just never played the game. Maybe it will explain everything for you in the first 2 minutes. Anyway, more than 90% of reviews are positive, so if you like puzzles and calm, relaxing games in general, it seems like a great pick for you. Terminator Dark Fate Defiance. This is a real-time strategy game that follows the war between humanity and Legion's synthetic intelligent machine network. And Legion is another AI that emerged after Skynet was erased from existence. You know, the franchise needed an enemy, and to be honest, new enemy is always better than...
Somehow Palpatine took...
So in the campaign, you will take the role of a commander in the Founders, a force made up of the remnants of the US military. You will guide your army in an attempt to mess a little with the Legion's plan to exterminate the last remnants of humanity. So in this near future, both in game timeline and in our real world probably as well, you will have to show that evil ChatGPT who the real boss is. And in skirmish and multiplayer modes, you can choose one of 3 very diverse factions: Founders, Movement, and Legion itself. You will often use the battlefield to your advantage. Physics-based building demolition lets you generate a realistic set of tactical consequences, especially in urban areas. Your resources here are limited, so every obstacle can serve to your advantage. People who play the game are agreeing that this is a very focused RTS, with challenging tactical mechanics and great storyline. The downside is that Terminator Dark Fate Defiance punishes you for mistakes a bit too harshly, and it is quite buggy. But developers are constantly, at least when I wrote the short review, updating the game and fixing various stuff, so it will only get better. Thief Simulator 2. It is time for you to become a thief. Steal from the rich, commit some burglaries, live the life of your dreams. No matter what others say, always keep in mind that every profession is honorable. Also, before committing to crime full-time, you can also try this game. People are saying that it will seriously teach you a thing or two. Although keep in mind that a thief's trade is not just an easy jog in the park. In order to get some practice, you will start with petty theft. This is how you'll gain the experience required to access more and more risky, and most importantly, more profitable jobs. You will gain levels, unlock new opportunities, and get new useful tools. You know, every modern thief must have modern tools from AliExpress. As developers say, it's not only a crowbar and binoculars, but also an advanced equipment that becomes available as you progress, such as a laptop for hacking through security systems. I never knew that special laptops for hacking existed, but oh well, who am I to disagree? People on Steam are saying that this game will tickle your adrenal glands, so maybe don't drink too much coffee before playing. Chants of Sanar. The review score on Steam of this game is something out of a fairy tale. 98% of positive reviews is not something you see every day. So this adventure puzzle game has a wonderful story. Divided since the dawn of time, the peoples of the tower no longer speak to each other, just like you and your neighbor who dislikes potato salad. But it is said that one day a traveler will find the wisdom to break down the walls and restore the balance. And it's you, obviously. So probably all these people are already doomed. No offense. You'll explore and discover an enchanting world in a colorful poetic setting inspired by the myth of Babel, where men have forgotten their past. You will travel the endless steps of a prodigious labyrinth, uncover ominous secrets, and unveil the mysteries of this fascinating universe where ancient languages are both the lock and the key. People are saying that this game has really fun puzzles, beautiful soundtrack, and a really interesting, captivating story. Star Renegades. This is a tactical RPG strategy game in which you command members of a rebellion fighting an evil empire. The game focuses on missions which usually consist of battles with intelligent and constantly evolving opponents. Quests are randomly generated, which in combination with the constantly evolving enemies makes the game a little different each time you play. It gets more challenging and death is something inevitable. The members of your team form friendships and even deeper relations which can result in a child. He or she will join your ranks as another unique character. So you can literally breed more heroes here. Breed. Yeah, that's the right word. Ancestors' Legacy. This is a real-time strategy game influenced by historical events of the Middle Ages. Ancestors' Legacy combines resource management and base building with large-scale squad-based battles across vast battlefields. It is all rendered in great detail with Unreal Engine 4. You'll experience medieval bloodshed and can enjoy a cinematic action camera that puts you right in the middle of the battle. People on Steam are saying that Ancestors' Legacy is easy to learn and it's like chess. It involves a lot of strategy, so the more you play, the better you become. Basically here, a lot of options to crush the enemy lie in the plain sight, but only the master strategist can see them all. So the more you play, the easier the game will seem. Or not, you know, we all have our limits and sometimes our limit is below the requirements of a victory. Far Cry 5. Here you will spill rivers of blood and your victims will drown in their own liquids because you are awesome and they suck. Your task is to stand up to cult leader Joseph Seed and his siblings to spark the fires of resistance and liberate the besieged community. In other words, you will have to get rid of fanatics without any political correctness. You can play alone or in two-player co-op in this vast open world. Use a huge arsenal of weapons from rocket launchers to shovels and take control of iconic muscle cars, ATVs, planes and more to engage the cult forces in epic fights. The bad thing is, as always, Ubisoft launcher with all the DRM problems, so it seems like the company treats you like a thief in advance. And paradoxically, you know where you could find the game without DRM? On various pirate sites. They removed it. 5 Nations. If StarCraft was mockingly called a Warcraft in space, then 5 Nations should be called a Warcraft in space, because it is following the same gameplay formula as Blizzard games, but everything is happening, you know, in space. But don't worry, this is not some grand strategy game or something like a homeworld where the distances are huge and everything is happening super slow. No, in 5 Nations the background is space, but all the action is the same as an old good base builder RTSs. The game gets little attention because it's an indie game and they have no money to make a huge advertising campaigns. I found it just because I was especially looking for games like StarCraft, and it still took me an hour to get to this game. But now it may become a bit more popular because other YouTubers tend to copy my lists. Great thing is that you can play the demo version on Steam absolutely free and check it out with your own eyes. Although it's not easy to see where to download it. Look in the right column above information about languages and you will see the download button. 5 Nations managed to stay true to old school gameplay, voiceovers and even writing style, and that is great. Alfred Hitchcock, Vertigo. It's really hard to say anything about this game and keep my short review spoilers free, but I will try my best. So here you are a person and you do things in the world, and there are adventures and dialogues, and things happen. There, a true spoiler-free review. I'm just kidding. Anyway, jokes aside, this is an original story about obsession, manipulation and madness, inspired by Alfred Hitchcock's masterpiece Vertigo. You will experience a powerful narrative paying tribute to the visual and storytelling techniques of the thriller genre. You will investigate investigate what happened through the vision of 3 characters. Everyone has a different story to tell, and in the end all the pieces will come together solving a terrible mystery. Along the way you'll explore several timelines to cross-check the events and separate reality from deceptive memories. You know, reality is sometimes worse than madness. Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter. An old and unspeakable evil stirs in the north, wings black as death, fangs sharp as steel, and a thirst for blood rivaled only by their insatiable hunger for vengeance. Yeah, that is a new ultimate enemy of your kingdom. As people say, this game is inspired by Game of Thrones, The Elden Ring, and The Witcher. Despite it being a 2D side-scroller, the feeling is actually there, especially because everything is narrated by Doug Cockle, legendary actor that lent his voice to Geralt of Rivia himself. So he will have to track down and defeat legendary monsters of this realm and be rewarded with rare resources and craft devastating equipment. But be warned, these colossal creatures won't go down without a fight. You will die over and over and over again, so make sure you like suffering. It's not for people with weak nerves, that's for sure. Dome Keeper. Dome Keeper has about 90% of positive reviews, so it is obviously a hidden gem you may want to try. Well, a nice polished rock at least. This is a roguelike survival miner where you will defend your dome from wave after wave of monsters. You will use the time between each attack to dig beneath the surface and search of valuable resources and artifacts, and use them carefully to choose powerful upgrades and bonuses. People on Steam are talking that the game is very polished, rich, and imaginative. It's all you need for your free time. Well, this and potato salad. Planet Coaster. Here you'll build and design roller coaster parks with attention to detail and manage your park in a truly living world. This game makes a designer out of everyone. Well, a really bad designer out of most of us, to be fair, but hey, that still counts. You will lay paths, build scenery, customize rides, and make everything in your park unique with piece-by-piece construction. You will have over 1,000 unique building components at your disposal. And not only the rides need your attention here, you will play with nature and reshape the land beneath your feet. Sculpt the landscape to raise mountains, form lakes, dig caverns, and even build islands in the sky. Then weave coasters through your park above the ground and below. People are saying that this game is even worth the full price without a doubt. It has everything you may need for your evenings to be more fun, so this is a deal you probably shouldn't ignore. Forgive Me Father 2. This is not just a boomer shooter, this is a Lovecraftian boomer shooter. After the financial success of the first part, which was absolutely amazing, they made another, probably even better game. You'll journey once again into a malevolent world inspired by H.P. Lovecraft's legends, where madness awaits on every corner. You will embark on a dangerous mission as you continue the story of the character from the first game. Although you don't have to play the first part to enjoy the second. It's a shooter, not a visual novel. It's an absolutely standalone title. The game is very beautiful, retro, modernistic, with dark, comic-like art and gloomy, menacing atmosphere. And oh, monsters you kill often turn into a bloody mist of organs and bones, and that is a very satisfying thing to experience. Batman, the Telltale series. Here you'll make discoveries that will shatter Bruce Wayne's world and the already fragile stability of a corrupt Gotham City. Also, your choices will determine the fate of the Batman. Just like in Telltale's The Walking Dead series, here you can choose your own adventure and dive deep into this cool visual novel. The game includes 5 episodes, and as people on Steam are saying, this is a great adaptation with interesting characters of the Batman franchise. Voice acting is nice, the script is engaging, and if you like games like that, it's almost a must-play. You know, seriously, there aren't many great visual novels you can play, especially not on...
Oh jeez, I think I jinxed it. Long story short, I want you to keep scratching their backs till they can bring production back online. They only need a small favor, you know. Just a container of parts and resources they need to get going. Think you can deliver it? Pretty please?
The story. Traveler's Rest. This is a tavern management game where you can brew your own beer, run a farm, and build relationships. You are an innkeeper on a journey to transform a rundown tavern into a bustling social space. Based in a cheerful fantasy setting, Traveler's Rest is a place to meet people, explore new places, and uncover ancient magic. Along your journey, you'll discover new things to brew, farm, cook, and build to create your perfect fantasy tavern. The game is still in early access, but has more than 90% of positive reviews. People on Steam are saying that this game is awesome, and if you like titles like Stardew Valley, it's a must-play. Also, you can smack angry customers away with your mob. Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun. Here, without any hesitation, load up your gun and plunge into battle. You'll experience a perfect blend of Warhammer FPS gameplay and the stylish visuals of your favorite 90s retro shooters. You will play a battle-hardened Space Marine on a perilous mission across the galaxy as you fight against the Chaos Space Marines and demons. This boomer shooter style, well known from the games like Classic Doom, Duke Nukem or Heretic, is a real treat for older dudes like me, and also for a younger generation who wants to experience glory and feel like a true combat god, or goddess, or something in between. Whatever you are, you will rock this. People on Steam are saying that the game doesn't offer a lot of replayability, but the level of entertainment it provides is massive. Although, not as massive as your mama. Saturnalia. This is a game you probably never heard about before. A third-person, artistic horror adventure where you play as 4 characters, experiencing a storyline tied to the haunting traditions of an ancient village in Sardinia, Italy. Well, for me, North and Eastern European, Sardinia associates only with sun, wine, cold beer, pizza, and friendly locals. But in this game, I doubt you will find any of those. The village itself is a maze with no two parts being precisely the same. You will have to explore and solve the mysteries alone. The game will not guide you by your hand or penis. If you die, well, let's be honest, when you die, the village will reconfigure itself into a new form. You will solve puzzles and open shortcuts to new areas with various tools and items you find along the way. Your goal is to unravel the story and put a stop to a creepy ritual at the heart of the game. Sounds fun, and the price is more than nice. Artok, The Desolation. This is a dark fantasy tactical turn-based RPG. Here you'll guide a band of adventurers through the ruins of an ancient world in order to, bring your own order and punish the rest. You will recruit new followers, loot the corpses of your fallen foes, and do the best to survive in this harsh and unforgiving realm. Here you'll find a procedurally generated survival campaign, will extract upgrades directly from your fallen enemies, and enjoy detailed hand-drawn characters. At the moment of writing this overview, the game had 90% of positive reviews on Steam, so in my opinion, incredibly high score. People are talking that Artok has a very nice variety of units, entertaining synergies, and is light on the story in a good way. Cocoon. This wonderful game is made by the same designer who developed legendary Limbo and Inside, so that should grab your attention. Also, the fact that the game is a proud owner of more than 90% of positive review score on Steam. This is a unique take on the puzzle-adventure genre where each world exists within an orb that you can carry on your back. Here you'll have to wrap your head around the core mechanic of leaping between worlds, and combine, manipulate, and rearrange them to solve intricate puzzles. You will interact with alien environments and biomechanical devices left behind by an ancient civilization, journey through unique and diverse biomes, from industrial structures to massive organic caverns. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, that's gross. Anyway, you will have to discover how these worlds and environments are connected to one another. People who played it are praising the game and saying that it will bend you over, at least your mind. Friends vs. Friends. Despite the childish looks, the game offers immensely fun gameplay. Friends vs. Friends is an online PvP shooter that combines combat and deck building. Honestly, really unique and fun combination. It's like you and your mother-in-law, or cucumbers with honey. Sounds weird, but it's really delicious. So here you'll have to choose your character, customize your card-based loadout, and get ready for the fights of your life. Or more like for the fights of your death, because the game is filled with great players and with balding dudes still living in their parents' basement. Never underestimate their power. Here you can play 1 vs 1 or 2 vs 2. Gain levels, get new cards, improve the ones you already have, and get to know an array of eclectic characters with their own unique passive skills. People are saying that this is a great fast-paced game, but it will infuriate you way more than you expect. What Remains of Edith Finch. overwhelmingly positive review score should grab your attention. 17-year-old Edith Finch is the last surviving member of the eccentric Finch family. All of her closest relatives and family have died violently at a young age, leading to rumors about a family curse. Now she's on her way to her Finch mansion, a bizarre ramshackle building hidden deep within the forest of the state of Washington. Once there, she intends to research her family's history and learn the truth behind the alleged curse. While this can sound like a horror game, it's actually just a tale about one family that is more interesting than your family, or mine. People are saying that this is more than just a game, it is a unique form of art. Bad North. Game is set in Nordic realm invaded by Vikings. However, the realm's prince and princess managed to escape and now can gather an army to fight the invaders.
In your face, stupid invaders.
Yeah, learn to invade or something. The gameplay takes place on small procedurally generated islands. During the game you gather resources and find allies who help you fight your enemies. Your army can feature various units, such as archers, knights and pikemen. Before buying, you can try the demo version on Steam for free. The Expanse, a Telltale series. If you like science fiction but never watched The Expanse TV show, well, you should. These are one of the best sci-fi series ever made. Although at first you may be overwhelmed by the count of the characters and political intrigues, don't give up. The show really delivers if you stick to it. And this is Telltale's take on this wonderful world and story. Here you'll explore the dangerous and uncharted edges of the Belt. From scavenging wrecked ships in zero-G environment to surviving a mutiny or fighting fearsome pirates, you will have to make difficult choices and then suffer the consequences. You will scour shipwrecks, use magnetic boots to walk on walls and ceilings, and utilize zero-G thrusters to flow through the void. As you explore mysterious ships and the open expanse of space, you will interact with objects in the world and speak with members of your crew. The game consists of 5 episodes, so plenty of mind food for you. The Wolf Among Us. This is a gritty, violent and mature thriller based on the award-winning Fables comic books. You'll discover that a brutal, bloody murder is just a beginning where every decision can have enormous consequences. And it's not only what you choose to do will affect your story, but when you choose to do it as well. You don't need to know anything about the comics this game is based on, because events in this story are set before the events seen in the first book, and this game gives you an option to beat up practically anyone you don't like. Sadly, you can't import that energy-sucking coworker of yours in this game, but hey, you can beat him up in real life instead. I mean, if you are stronger than him. If not, just smile and blame your genes. Cultist Simulator. This is a tabletop game, but, you know, it's on Steam, so you won't have to do any calculations in your head. Everything will be done for you, and that's great. This is a game of apocalypse and yearning from the creator of Fallen London and Sunless Sea. You will play as a seeker after unholy mysteries in a 1920s themed setting of hidden gods and secret histories. Perhaps you're looking for knowledge or power, or beauty or revenge. Perhaps you just want the colors beneath the skin of the world. Colors out of space? Maybe. It's a very Lovecraftian game after all. So in this roguelite narrative card game, what you find may transform you forever. Every choice you make from the moment to moment doesn't just advance the narrative, it also shapes it. Become a scholar of the unseen arts, search your dreams for sanity-twisting rituals, craft tools and summon spirits, indoctrinate innocence, seize your place as the herald of a new age, ban the pineapples in the potato salad. Well, you get the point. Vern, the Shape of Fantasy. If the legends are to be believed, an ancient artifact lies buried in the lost land of Atlantis that has the power to change the course of history. By the legends, this artifact had power that was once responsible for both the rise and fall of legendary Atlantis, and you will have to find it. So this is an adaptation of Jules Verne novel, but it doesn't follow the book step by step. You know, the trick is that you are Jules Verne himself here. Yeah, don't ask. The game itself, of course, is more like a walking simulator than a real adventure game, but some of the puzzles will try to mess with your brain. I think it is a nice hidden gem you should definitely try. And now thank you for watching, don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Hello and welcome to Steam Deck Mania. I'm Clarence and today we're diving into the world of must-have Steam Deck games that are on sale right now. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, tap that like button, and ring the bell so you never miss an update. And also, if you are new to this channel, I would like to inform you that we are having a running bi-weekly giveaway. The mechanics on how to participate are in the description down below. Participating is really easy, so why not join in on the fun? But first, a word from Instant Gaming. Looking to score amazing deals on your favorite games? Check out Instant Gaming. It's the go-to platform for grabbing digital game keys for PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, all at unbeatable discounts compared to official stores. Perfect for budget-conscious gamers like you and me. And exciting news, Instant Gaming has launched a brand new giveaway. And the best part, you can win any game of your choice. Entering is super easy, just click the giveaway link in the description below for all the details. While you're there, why not use my affiliate link? If you make a purchase through it, I may earn a small commission at no extra cost. Your support not only helps me continue creating awesome content, but also keeps this channel growing. And now, without further ado, let's dive in.
We'll make the freakers even stronger and more dangerous.
Transistor is a brilliant game that seamlessly combines action-packed gameplay, strategic depth, and breathtaking artistry. With its innovative combat system, captivating narrative, and stunning visuals, Transistor offers a unique and immersive experience that will leave players in awe. One of the standout features of Transistor is its combat system, which brilliantly blends real-time action with strategic planning. Players control Red, a young woman wielding a powerful weapon called the Transistor, and engage in fast-paced battles against robotic adversaries. The ability to pause the action and plan out the sequence of attacks adds a layer of tactical depth, allowing players to execute devastating combinations and outmaneuver their enemies. Nightmare of Decay thrusts players into a harrowing first-person action horror experience, immersing them in the heart of a nightmarish manor teeming with unspeakable horrors. As you awaken from a fitful slumber, you find yourself trapped within the decaying confines of the manor, besieged by hordes of zombies, deranged cultists, and other abominations that stalk the shadows. Your only hope for survival lies in your ability to navigate the labyrinthine corridors and twisted halls of the manor, each corner shrouded in darkness and dripping with dread. With every step, the
this game is incredible. It's a mix of John Wick, Max Payne, and Hotline Miami. This is a game called Suit for Hire. Trust an indie developer to make the best John Wick game before they've actually made an official John Wick action game, because this is insanely good. So my friend Adam was streaming this earlier today from Two Angry Gamers, and he just texted me and was like, Jack, you're gonna love this game. So okay, let's check it out. Got home, watched the trailer for it, bought it, and I was in immediately. I was in, and it's one of the best action games that I've played in a long time in terms of the mechanics in the game. So as you can see, it's very inspired by John Wick and that Gun Kana kind of vibe. But we've also got melee combat. And the melee combat is kind of like Sifu mixed with Arkham Knight. And you can do executions too. If you do executions, you get a free magazine back. So the ammo is quite limited. And with this gun, for example, if I hit 7 in a row,
Believe it or not, this whole area used to be green as lettuce, in the environmentally conscious sense. It was running off a solar power station. Naturally, the storm threw a spanner in the works. But I cling to the hope that the panels are just dirty. Could you drop by and check it for damage? Also, looks like we need an operations base close to the port. Find a good spot somewhere on the river, then... Sorry. It's just the usual list of wants from the local authorities. Boring. But nothing you can't handle, right? See that tangle of pipes over there? Believe it or not, it's the beating heart of the local oil industry. And it needs our help. Nothing fancy either. Just plot a route for spare parts delivery and fix their leaky pipes. Should be easy enough for you, and good for business. You're not gonna believe this, but I've got some more pipe-related business for you to sort out. This pump station needs your help in getting a replacement pump. We already delivered it to the oil station, but crossing the river is a bit too much for the common convoy. Could you take care of it? Shouldn't be any problem with your skills. Oh, and bonus points if you can deliver fuel to the desert base. The semi-truck is full of it. Good job there. For anyone else, it would be a minor miracle. But for you, it's just something you do before breakfast, right? Still, the locals will be plenty grateful for your help. And that's what counts. There's one nice thing about dealing with these oil moguls. You help them out a bit, and now we don't have to worry about fuel for a while. That's what I call a mutually profitable transaction. Looking at you driving up to that town really gets me thinking. You won't be staying there long at all, but something you build will remain, even if it's just the roads. That's a nice thing to leave behind, knowing it was yours. If this isn't a porcelain shop after a herd of elephants threw a party, then I don't know what is. Still, maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Could you drive around and check what needs to be replaced? Some places look like they're gonna be tough to reach, but I trust your usual creativity. I know it's an official mission and all, but still, you delivering that truck is probably the best part of the job for me. Getting to help out folks who are in a real bind. place could still be somewhat useful, at least if we find a whole bunch of spare inverters somewhere. A quick search shows there's a shipment of the things sitting at your friendly port next door. Nice, right? Just one little catch. We don't know if the port itself is still in one piece. So could you go and check it out? All right. X marks the spot. I suppose the view explains the shopping list from the locals, doesn't it? If we want to settle here, you have your work cut out for you. And the company really does want this spot, so you better get going.